It's Hockey Night Coachella Valley, live from Acrisure Arena, with your host Gino Lamont, Hockey Hall of Famer Grant Fuhr, on the ice with NBC Palm Springs Tim O'Brien, and the voice of the Coachella Valley Firebirds, Evan Pivnik. Brought to you by your Southern California Toyota dealers.
There's nothing better than postseason hockey. Well, maybe one thing. Postseason hockey in the desert. The Coachella Valley Firebirds square off against the Calgary Wranglers for the third straight season. Game 1 of Round 1 here tonight at Acrisure Arena. Welcome into Hockey Night Coachella Valley, presented by Toyota. Welcome in, ladies and gentlemen. Evan Pivnik joined alongside Hockey Hall of Famer and 5-time Stanley Cup champion Grant Fuhr as the Firebirds and Wranglers meet once again. It seems like this is just continuing to be destiny between these two teams.
Yeah, it's kind of turning into an annual affair, and fortunately for the Firebirds, they've come out on top the first couple of years, so I'm sure that you're going to see a very motivated Calgary team who's going to try and take it to the Firebirds early in this game.
Well, in year 1, it was the Pacific Division Finals these two teams met in, and last year it was the Round 2. Now it's Round 1, so now the best of 3 as we take a look at the numbers between these two teams. This is regular season numbers. The Firebirds had the Wranglers number.
Yeah, they played very well against them in the regular season, but again, it's regular season. Playoffs are a whole different animal, a whole different respect. Everybody starts at 0. So the team that comes out, plays the most sound hockey, usually comes out on top. And again, goaltending is going to be everything tonight.
That it will be. And the Firebirds turn to 21-year-old Nikkei Koko, the AHL All-Rookie, is between the pipes for the Firebirds. Not a real surprising move by the way he's played so far this season.
No, I think he's earned the start tonight. I mean, you look at the body of work he's done all year long. He's been outstanding. I mean, it comes playoff time, you want to go with the hot hand, and Nikkei Koko's had the hot hand all year.
That he has. 2 goals or fewer allowed in 11 of his last 13 games, and in his last 13 games, 3 or few allowed for young Nikkei Koko. For the Calgary Wranglers, they're a team with a lot of talent. Rory Cairns is a guy that can drive the pace offensively for Calgary.
Yeah, most right, definitely. Rory Cairns has always played well against the Firebirds. He's a big offensive piece that you know that they're going to be motivated. I think that's the thing that I'm looking for in this hockey game tonight is it's a very motivated Calgary team that have got a lot of veterans. And when you've got a veteran club, they're going to be hard to play against.
I'm sure the first 10 minutes is going to say a lot about how this round is going to go. Would you agree with that? That you just got to get kind of everything out in the first 10 or so minutes?
Yeah, I think there's going to be some nervous energy in the first 10 minutes. You'll probably see a few mistakes. But you'll also see both teams trying to establish how they want to play this series. And I expect it to be fast, I expect it to be hard-hitting, and I expect there to be some great scoring opportunities.
Well, the Firebirds have home ice for round number 1. 3 games at a best-of-3 series. Firebirds looking to take a 1-0 series lead. We drop the puck when we come back right here on Hockey Chase Huna on the national anthem, getting the saxophone going, getting us ready for round one, game one of the Calder Cup playoffs. Evan Pimnick, Grant Fuhr with you as the Firebirds and Wranglers square off for the third straight season. Coachella Valley. We'll see how they stacked up tonight with our lineups presented to you by Desert Lexus.
Yeah, tonight you're going to see Yanni Newman play with Logan Morrison and John Hayden. You've got Brandon Byro, Ben Myers, and Jagger Furcus, Nathan Villeneuve, Mitchell Stevens, and Jacob Melanson, and Ian McKinnon, Luke Henman, and David Goyette up front.
So not a ton of changes for the Coachella Valley Firebirds as we look defensively for CV. Gustav Olofsson, Cale Fleury up front for the top pairing of Max Lajoie and Ty Nelson, Nick Briard, and Ville Otavainen. Pairing number 3, the Coachella Valley Firebirds and the Calgary Wranglers. Here's our goaltender matchup. Brought to you by Chavez Jessup GMC Truck Center, located in the I-10 Auto Mall, proud to be the official domestic truck center of your Coachella Valley Firebirds.
Yeah, and a battle of the young guys tonight. Valtteri Ignaciu for the Wranglers and Nike Coco for the Firebirds. So you might see some nerves out of the goalies early, but at the same time, they've both had very good years. So it's playoff hockey. It should be exciting.
Jordan Samuels-Thomas gets us set for the opening face-off of the 2025 Calder Cup playoffs. We are underway in Game 1 between Coachella Valley and Calgary. Wranglers win the opening face-off. It's dumped inside the Firebirds' end, and Nike Coco covers up. Our first whistle comes 9 seconds in as we take a look at our Desert Dexa keys to the game.
Yeah, when you get the playoff hockey, the keys to this one are going to be D-zone coverage, obviously, for the Firebirds. You want to be solid in your own zone. You want to manage the puck properly. So out at the blue lines, in at the far blue lines. And if you're going to score goals in the playoffs, you've got to get to the hard areas. So you got to find bodies getting to the front of the net. It's not going to be very friendly there, but you got to find a way to get there.
Firebirds players, go to Desert Dexa for state-of-the-art body composition scans. Book your own scan today at desertdexa.com. Firebirds get the puck out to center ice. They'll clear it in through the neutral zone. It's gloved down by Jonathan Aspero. Will put it across for Simon Mack for the Wranglers. And it's Calgary starting back from their defensive zone. Flipped through center by Rory Cairns. Picked up by Cale Fleury for the Firebirds. Left side for Gustav Olofsson. Here's Hayden with an attempt to the slot. Falls off his stick. A rebound try by Yanni Newman. Comes to the right point. Here is Fleury. Tees it up. A shot off of Ignatiev in front of the goal. Trying to spin it loose is Aspero inside of his own zone. Mack gets it back and moves it up ice as the Wranglers clear it to center, and the Firebirds get their first change in. Here is Dryden Hunt. Had himself a great year. 49 points in 49 games as this one draws a whistle.
Yeah, not to mention pretty good outing in the National Hockey League as well. And again, both teams are getting guys back from the National Hockey League, so both teams are better than they were the last time they met. So it's going to be a good matchup. You've got some veteran presence, but you've got a lot of younger guys out there, so it should be a lot of fun tonight.
Derek Laxdal's Coachella Valley Firebirds finished the year 37-25, 5-5, 85 points. Fourth best in the Pacific Division, sixth best in the West. And for the Calgary Wranglers, they got their head coach back, Trent Cull, who went up to the NHL as an assistant coach for the Flames back in December. Well, I guess he was reassigned by the NHL club after their regular season came to an end.
Yeah, not often you see a coach reassigned, but he did a great job with the Wranglers early in the year. He had them up. It looked like they were going to run away with the division, and then he went up, and they kind of came back to the field.
Joe Sorella was the interim head coach. As the Wranglers set up in the offensive zone, here's a wristing shot that bounces to the corner. Ty Nelson knocks it free. Brandon Byro looking to get a piece of it. Nelson, left wing side, trying to peel it back up against the boards. It's picked free by Max Lajoie. Lajoie spins up the ice to the right wing side. Kept by Hanzik, and his shot denied by Nike Coco. Up the right boards, here's Rustevich. Winds one wide of the goal. Kuznetsov, left point. Spins it back in behind the Coachella Valley net. Here is Lajoie. Out to center ice off of Furcus. He'll clear it down and didn't get the red line, and icing is the call.
Yeah, he was about 4 steps behind the red line when he deflected that. And unfortunately for him, it turns into an icing early in this hockey game. But you're going to see the temperature pick up in this game a little bit. You're going to see the physical contact pick up.
So the Firebirds see a face-off inside the defensive zone. 18-16 to go in this first period. Wranglers with the first 3 shots of the game. Firebirds have one as well as Coco smothers one on an attempt from Ty Tullio.
And again, Ty Tullio was an Oiler prospect a while ago, playing here for the Wranglers. Very good offensive talent. Very quick on his feet, very quick shot, but Nikkei Coco does a great job of getting to the top of the crease and taking that away.
Ty Tullio was one of the players that ignited life back into the Wranglers. It looked like it was a team that was free-falling pretty heftily from their first place spot. They went down and then they got Tullio on a loan.
A pretty good rental.
Yeah, he's been playing very well for the Wranglers. Mitchell Stevens looking to bring it onside, denied at the blue line. It's picked up by Jonathan Aspero. Feeling some pressure from the birthday boy, Jacob Melanson. Happy birthday to Melly. Not a bad way to spend your birthday, playing in Game 1 of the first round of the Calder Cup playoffs.
That's a great way to spend your birthday. A little playoff hockey. No better way to celebrate a birthday. Or maybe a victory.
Yeah, that'll help too. David Sillier, neutral zone for Alex Gallant. Gallant brings it on in, but the play is whistled offside. Neutral zone draw upcoming. Mike Sullivan, Jordan Samuels-Thomas are our referees today, with Mike McBain and Brett Martin, our lines people. There's Mike McBain, 96 in the striped sweater. Jordan Samuels-Thomas, they are number 42.
Yeah, kind of a veteran group of officials, so I think everybody expects this series to have some fireworks at some point.
Yeah, both Sullivan and Samuels-Thomas call games in the National Hockey League. Good hustle by Byro, trying to put it beside Simon Mack, but it's cleared up the boards, picked up by Tullio. Out through the neutral zone, Artem Grushnikov over the Firebirds line, wrists one off the pad of Coco. Rebound picked up by Grushnikov. Handled by Clark Bishop, the captain for the Wranglers squad. Grushnikov shot blocked in front. It hits off of Furcus, then Fleury. And now guided out to center ice by Myers. He absorbs a check as Gustav Olofsson spins it in. Here's Brandon Byro, right circle. Falls over his skates a bit as that puck kind of hopped on him as soon as he entered the zone. And now the Wranglers take back possession as Carter King wrists it in.
And again, time and space is going to get taken away very fast here. So when you get the opportunity, the puck's got to go on the net right away.
Brustevich out to center, off the back skate of Cairns. John Hayden trying to corral it, but Sam Morton brings it in offside. 16:40 to go in the first period. Shots are 5-1 Wranglers, but nothing past the goalies to this point. There's John Hayden for Coachella Valley. He's had himself a nice season against the Wranglers. 7 points in 6 games. 5 goals, 2 assists, and a +3 rating.
Yeah, and again, your veteran presence on this hockey club in the playoffs, and they're going to lean heavily on that veteran presence. You can't ask for a better leader than John Hayden.
John Hayden was sent back from the Seattle Kraken, played in Friday night's game. Got the day off as well as a lot of other Firebirds teammates. The Regulars on Saturday in their final regular season game in San Diego. Got to see some of the youth shine in that one. Andre Washko, a couple of goals. Nathan Villeneuve, his first AHL point. Here's Yanni Newman for John Hayden. He scores! It rolls off Ignatiev and in! And Coachella Valley takes a 1-0 lead in Game 1.
Yeah, great job of attacking, and Yanni Newman does a great job of finding John Hayden kind of coming down the slot by himself, and John Hayden makes no mistake. Picks a corner. Ignatiev got a piece of it, but it ends up rolling in the back of the net. Great way for the Firebirds to start this hockey game.
It hit the inside elbow of Ignatiev and kind of bounced. He thought he had it. I think he thought that he directed it to the corner. But in any event, the Firebirds take a 1-0 lead on the El Paseo Jewelers' first goal of the game. John Hayden, who we just talked about his success against Calgary. This is his 3rd year playing against the Wranglers. Well, 2nd. He was hurt for the first one, but still with the team all 3 years now against the Wranglers in the playoffs.
Again, had success against the Wranglers, and again, we were talking about that veteran leadership. Nothing better than a veteran to get you started in this one.
This one offside. 16:05 to go in the first period. Hayden had 11 goals, 16 assists on the season for 27 points in the 44 games he played. And, you know, we talked about how important the first 10 minutes are going to be in this series for both teams, right? The Firebirds are a team filled with young skaters, and you got to rely on that veteran presence. For the Wranglers, you know, a lot of young guys as well. You look at Carter King playing in his 3rd game in the AHL. You look at Defensively, Simon Mack is just his third game too. Ignatiev in his first year.
Good experience for them as well. And again, if you're the Calgary Flames, that's a young team that competed right up until the very end for a playoff spot. So you're looking at some young guys to maybe fill some holes up in the bigger level.
Here's Mack, clears it to center. Played through the neutral zone by Carter King. Lucas Siona chips it on in. Billy Vinen absorbs a hit. Gets the puck around the boards for Nick Brouillard. There's Yanni Newman on the assist. And Logan Morrison gets a helper as well. Logan Morrison had a goal and an assist in the final regular season game. It snapped a 7-game point drought for him. So maybe heating up at the right time for number 96 in blue.
Yeah, he's been very good and extremely important on the faceoffs.
Stromgren up to the right point. Here is Jeremy Poirier looking for Martin Burke. A twist shot blocked in front. Rolls its way to the front of the goal. The Firebirds fend it off. Luke Henman for Coachella Valley trying to speed his way between the circles. Henman, nice job by him before he blows the tire, but clears it down the ice. Goyette pressuring Ignatiev. Ignatiev to the left wing boards. Firebirds keep it. Lajoie down the wing, picked off by Poirier. Knife through center ice. It's knocked down by Max Lajoie. 1-0 Firebirds. A little more than 5 minutes gone in game one. Lajoie sends it in. Hayden to the left point. Handled by Max Lajoie. His shot wide of the goal. Up the wing. Dryden Hunt back out to center. William Stromgren from the red line will send it in deep. Guy Nelson back to get it. Left boards. Yanni Newman. Now for Logan Morrison. Gets it to the neutral zone, but the Wranglers quick back on it. Morton to the left wing. And Nelson able to sky this one inside the Calgary zone. Will be short of icing. The Firebirds get a much-needed change.
And again, a good play. Chip that into the neutral zone. Make sure that it doesn't go down for icing.
Picked off the boot of Dryden Hunt. Picked back up by the Firebirds in their own end. On a Vinen for Melanson. Melanson trying to find his way through. Siona knocks him aside, and then shoulder to shoulder he goes with Mitchell Stevens. David Stillier in behind the Firebirds net. Brouillard scoops it for Coachella Valley. Bounced off the glove of Stillier. He keeps it onside for the Wranglers. Brouillard against the boards. He's hit by Gallant. Villeneuve's feed out to center ice looking for Newman a little bit too far ahead of him. Firebirds clamor. Now it's Siona back onside. Carter King punched away by Villeneuve. Out of Vinen around the bend. Trying to roll it for Melanson, but Tullio gets there first. Gathered back by Jacob Melanson. Dumped down the ice. No icing. 7 minutes gone in this first period. 1-0 Coachella Valley. Tullio absorbs a check in the corner. King to the blue line. Kuznetsov right side. Brustevich shot blocked in front. Firebirds have done a good job so far of clogging up the front of the cage.
Yeah, they're doing a great job in front of their net, not allowing pucks to get through and keeping the Calgary guys in position where if there is a puck knockdown and it's in a scoring area, they can't get to it.
Pyro collides. Puck rolls to the boards. Myers left point. Olofsson's drive. Blocked in front again. Rolls to the right of the goal. Grabbed by Furcus. High slot. Pyro shoots. He scores! Brandon Pyro goes bar down and gives the Firebirds a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, and again, on the good hard work in the forecheck, they win a battle in the corner, and they find Brandon Byro out in the slot, and Brandon Byro makes no mistake going bar down with it.
Myers, a great play to pull it free from Brustevich. Furcus, the setup, and Byro, a quick rip between the circles, beats Ignatiev and the Firebirds out in front by 2.
Yeah, great start here for the Firebirds. You wanted to see what that energy was going to be like. A great way for the young guys to get going here is seeing some success early in this hockey game.
A little bit of standing around, too, by the Wranglers defense, and we'll see what Trent Cole can do to shake up his team a little bit. There is Mitchell Stevens trying to get his way back out to center ice. Nathan Villeneuve absorbs some pressure, but clears it down, and then bumps with Jeremy Poirier. Puck to the corner, off of Stromgren. Lifted through center ice. Lajoie for Coachella Valley inside his own zone. Nelson. Back for Stromgren, cleared down. Coco gloves it. So after the Firebirds were outshot 5-1, they find their way to a 2-0 lead here in the opening frame.
Yeah, they took advantage of a couple of great scoring opportunities and very good about finishing and cashing in on those.
Sent all the way in. Bourgeois around the boards. Morrison up the wing, crunched by Cairns. Newman gets it out to center. Coco slows it down. Shot by Cairns hits the skate, or the stick rather, I believe, of Coco. The Firebirds get it out of harm's way for now, but the Wranglers quick back in. High slot, Hunt, his shot blocked by Lajoie. Newman cuts in, gets it free for Morrison. Firebirds have been quick to get the puck out of the defensive zone.
Yeah, they're doing a great job of making sure they're getting pucks out at the blue line, and they're winning the races to the loose pucks, winning those little puck battles, and if they continue that, they're going to be successful in this game.
Enman for Fleury, drop pass for the near boards. Goyette sends it around the wing. Good pressure by Coachella Valley as McKinnon is there, trying to pull it loose. Alex Gallant gets it to center ice. McKinnon forces another turnover. Goyette pokes for it. Brustevich in his way. Now it's Olofsson back to center. Edmund chips it on in. Firebirds are offside, and now you have to touch back up to the blue. Gives the Wranglers some time to clear their own end. It's Gallant in his skates. He'll send it from behind the red line off of Cale Fleury. No icing. Pyro absorbs a check here.
Well, and you can see what the Wranglers are doing. Every dump in, they're punishing the Firebirds D. The Firebirds D are not great big guys, so every chance they get to finish, they're finishing the Firebirds D right now.
Stromgren inside the offensive zone for the Wranglers. Vinen pokes it around the wing. Brouillard trying to clear it away. Up the boards it comes. Martin Furt keeps it. High slot for Stromgren in front off the stick of Brouillard. Now it's Furt to the blue line. Poirier, left side Aspero. His drive tipped by Hanzik just wide of the goal. Iro trying to get it out here. Firebirds get it to center ice. Jagger Firkus. Delayed offside. A couple of unhappy folks on the Firebirds bench.
They're a little excited about the elbow in the corner.
Hunt in front, saved by Coco. He'll reel it on in and hang on. Coachella Valley with a 2-0 lead in the first 10 minutes of Game 1. John Hayden and Brandon Byro. It's a 2-0 Firebirds. Carpet Empire plus Ice Crew, making sure everything is nice and ready to go. It's Game 1 tonight. Game 2 is Saturday. So a couple of days between at least here at Acrisure Arena, but that's good though. Events going on inside the building. Concerts on Thursday and Friday. Got Sastanta version 2.0 Thursday. Tito Double P Friday. Get your tickets now at AcrissureArena.com.
And then more exciting hockey on Saturday. So just a nice, busy building.
And if necessary, Sunday. Firebirds lead this one 2-0. Goals from John Hayden and Brandon Byro in the opening period thus far. 9:09 to play in the first. Evan Pimnick, Grant Fuhr, Gino Lamont, Tim O'Brien. Thanks for being with us tonight on Hockey Night Coachella Valley. Here's a wrist shot blocked in front of the goal, picked up by Dryden Hunt. Also want to welcome everyone watching on FloHockey tonight. Get a little preview of the Calder Cup playoffs. Hopefully we're entertaining enough for you to keep watching. Here's an icing call, and so we get set for an offensive zone face-off for the Wranglers. Well, the race to the Calder Cup is on, but every moment matters and every play counts. Stream every heart-pounding moment exclusively on AHL TV on FloHockey from now until the Cup is won. AHL TV on FloHockey, because playoff hockey hits harder. See some hard hits already in this game. It's been a physical opening 11-plus minutes.
You'd expect that between these two teams. I'm sure there's no love lost.
Well, people don't forget, as they say. Firebirds have eliminated this Wranglers team from the playoffs in the past 2 years. So I'm sure this Wranglers team got the shudders when they heard they were coming back. Here's Byron looking up top for Fleury. Fleury's pass in the skates of Ben Myers. Will get it back to the right point. Fleury shot through traffic, and Ignatiev gloves it down. Some commotion in front. Parties are separated. 8:11 to go in the first period as the Firebirds lead it 2-0. Ignatiev keeps it that way. We return after this on Hockey Night Coachella Valley. Firebirds with a 2-0 lead here in Game 1. Oh, still plenty of playoff hockey going on at Acrisure Arena. Saturday is Game 2. Sunday, if necessary, Game 3. As Coachella Valley trying to knock off the Wranglers for the third consecutive year. Here's Brouillard across. A shot by Otavainen is blocked. Comes right back to him. And a good finishing of a check there by Ty Tullio. Nathan Villeneuve bats it around the goal. Melanson for Stevens. Back up top it goes. Villeneuve flutters it behind the net. And it's gathered on back by Hunter Brustevich. He'll cut in through center ice for Jan Kuznetsov. Kuznetsov drives it in. Carter King held up a bit by Brouillard. Scrum ensues against the near side wall. Brustevich bobbles but keeps it afloat. Here's a wrister on goal. Saved by Coco. And the rebound is fought off.
Yeah, good stop by Nikkei Coco there. A little bit of traffic cutting through in front of him, but does a good job of making that stop, and the rebound slides wide.
Brouillard is able to tie up the Wrangler in front of the goal. 7:24 to go in the first period. Coachella Valley leads Game 1 2-0. Yanni Newman pokes it out to center ice. Off of Simon Mack. 33 in white and 33 in blue for their respective teams. Max Lajoie back out to center. Newman chopped on in by Hayden. Yanni Newman tied the Firebirds franchise record for rookie goals in a single season this year. 28. Would have beat it too if he didn't spend 12 games up in the National Hockey League. Well, I say that like it's a bad thing. It was a great thing for Newman. 6 points in those 12 games with the Seattle Kraken.
Yeah, I mean, he's probably a little disappointed he didn't break the record here, but if you can't break the record here, it's not a bad little vacation to go up and spend 12 games in the National Hockey League.
And not just that, he looked like he belonged up there, and I think that is such a great thing for the Seattle Kraken organization. Yanni Newman, just 20 years of age, making an impact so soon. You know, he had a great year last year, overseas in Liiga in Finland, and Kind of heard about what he could bring to the table, and he's done nothing short of that, as a slashing call is coming up here to Calgary. And the Firebirds are going to get the first power play of the series.
And again, it's around the front of the net. It's a tough area right now, and the temperatures have gone up a little bit. And you get the first slash of the night in the offensive zone.
Alex Gallant skates off, and Coachella Valley to the power play, brought to you by Spotlight 29 Casino. And this is where the Firebirds' man advantage needs to start getting going a bit. So we see 20. Here's the slash.
Yeah, pretty easy call for the official right there. Chop the stick out of a guy's hands. Even in the old days, they'd give you a penalty for that.
And Newman was nowhere near the puck either. So face off to the right of Ignatiev as the Firebirds set up on the opening face off of this man advantage. It's one back to the blue line. Here's Nick Brouillard to the left circle for Byro. In front for Myers. Swung away. Blocked down. It lands up and out of play. Face-off remains inside the Firebirds' offensive end. Well, this Coachella Valley power play towards the end of the season had struggled. Firebirds scored a goal in their final regular season game against San Diego, but up until that point, they were 2 for 41.
Yeah, and it's funny, 2 for 41, the struggles at the end, still firing at 19.5%. So that tells you how good the power play was leading up into that little bit of a tough streak.
There's Brouillard at the left point, gets it down the wing for Morrison, back to Brouillard left side. Brouillard, Byro, some room. Morrison looking for Newman off of his stick. Johnny Newman led the Firebirds in power play goals this year. Up top, he looks now for a passing partner, but Hanzik clears and sends it down the ice.
And again, I'd like to see Morrison take that and shoot it right away, because then they're not going to cheat towards Johnny Newman. It'll keep them honest and keep them in their place.
Byro gets it on the drop pass. Morrison back in on side for Newman. Down the wing it comes. Yanni sorts it out at the right point. Logan Morrison rims it around for Byro. Just out of the reach of Brouillard, who couldn't get back in time. So a minute gone on this Firebirds power play. They'll put their second unit out as Brouillard spins away, and Coco gets a little clip from Trident Hunt, but we continue.
I have a strange feeling you'll see UK Coco get bumped once or twice before this night's over.
Firebirds fail to enter the zone again. Offside is the call. We'll take a look at that close call in the blue paint.
I think pretty good acting job too.
Yeah, Coco.
Got to try and sell it.
He knew exactly what was coming. I mean, you know, the plays in your other end, especially when your team's on the power play, and you get a little bit of time. I'm sure you know you get a lot of time to think in the blue paint.
Oh yeah, and you know if a guy's going to stick his foot through there, if you can kind of bump into it a little bit, not take yourself out of position, but give it a little bit of a fall. Sometimes you can sell the official on that.
But hey, props to the 21-year-old, right? Here's Fleury for Furcus. 30 seconds left on this man advantage for Coachella Valley as Furcus gets it back on side for Hayden. Drops it back to the blue line. Fleury across, looking for Newman, but a miscommunication between him and Lajoie. We'll get the puck cleared here for Calgary.
And again, the entries are going to be big for this power play. If you can get clean entries and get yourself set up, they're going to get some opportunities. But Calgary runs a bit of an aggressive. They go a 1-2-1 going back. So
here's a shot, a save by Ignatiev, and a good try by Lajoie behind the goal line. Hayden doing some work in the corner, looking to get it back as the power play comes to a close. Gallant is free. Firebirds unable to capitalize, and now the Wranglers back the other way. Good stick by Fleury. Kept alive. Here's a drive blocked by Fleury, and now the Firebirds to center. 3-on-2. Stevens for going in over the line right side. Back for Stevens. Backdoor off the stick of Jacob Melanson.
yeah, Jacob Melanson did a good job of driving to the net there and almost got rewarded for it.
Melanson, more good work. Right corner, in front, going in. Couldn't get the handle on it. A great setup and another power play upcoming for Coachella Valley. It's a hooking call against the Wranglers. Coachella Valley back to the power play, up 2-0 in the first. We're back after this on Hockey Night Coachella Valley. The all-new Fired Up fan ticket offer. Save money and see the Firebirds in round 1 of the 2025 Calder Cup playoffs. Offer is available online only and in select locations. Visit cbfirebirds.com or scan the QR code on your screen to get yours today. Game 2 Saturday night, and if necessary, we'll have Game 3 5 p.m. on Sunday. Coachella Valley leads this game 2-0. Goals from John Hayden and Brandon Byro. But back to the man advantage. Go the Firebirds.
Well, and again, you'd like to take advantage of this man advantage right now. Is if you can go up 3-0 in a playoff game, that's a big mountain to climb. Although we've seen it climb before, but it just makes it that much harder. And as the Wranglers take chances, they'll be able to cash in on that later on in this hockey game.
Well, if you watched any of the NHL postseason action last night, you know that no lead is safe.
You just never know when it comes to playoff hockey.
Wranglers get a quick clear. Firebirds power play again, brought to you by Spotlight 29 Casino. Second power play of the game for the Birds. Got a chance to settle in now, trying to take advantage. Honzik behind the goal. Yan Kuznetsov is tangled up with Ben Myers. Puck comes free. Newman corrals it. Left point for Nick Brouillard. Brouillard to the right side for Morrison. Cuts down the right wing. Feeds it back up top. Newman pushes it off of the stick. Good keep by Brouillard. Newman looking for a lane in the right wing corner. Now Brouillard. Newman. And it gone to this Firebirds power play. Thrown to the front of the goal. A save. Ignatiev. Rebound pushed away. Gathered back by Myers. Here is Byro. The left side for Brouillard. Brouillard rips it to the goal. Save Ignatiev. Rebound. Newman gets jammed in front. Aspero blocked it. And it's cleared down the ice.
Yeah, a great job in front of the net by Logan Morrison. Not the biggest guy, but stood in there. Got whacked a couple of times with a couple of pretty good cross checks, but made a great deflection on that shot.
30 seconds left on this Firebirds power play. Coachella Valley's power play against Calgary this year, 23.1%. 6 for 26. Lajoie, glove down by Hayden. Hayden across. Here is Cale Fleury at the right side. Fleury up top. Lajoie back for Fleury. Unable to keep it onside as that one rolled off the stick of Lajoie and came back behind the blue.
And again, maybe one too many passes. You'd like to see a couple of passes, and they get the puck down to the net somehow and win the battle around the front of the net. The Firebirds so far have been doing a good job around the front of the net, getting bodies there, getting some chances on the rebound.
Newman take a good look there. Good shot blocked by Aspero. 12 seconds left on the man advantage for Coachella Valley with 2:17 to go in this first period. Mitchell Stevens will be asked to leave the face-off, though he won't be too thrilled about it. Well, no one's really too thrilled when they're asked to leave anything. Here's Fiona getting it off a face-off win for the Wranglers, dumping it to the left wing corner. And now Gustav Olofsson will slow things down. Get it along for Ty Nelson. Martin Firk, the guilty party, is free of the sin bin. Firebirds 0 for 2 on their power plays tonight. Olofsson for Melanson. Traveling through center ice. Melanson, a feed across for Goyette. Taps it along for Stevens. Stevens behind the goal. Jacob Melanson, a centering feed in front, off a stick. Settled down by Olofsson. Just out of the reach of Stevens, who would have had a good lane if it fell on his stick.
Yeah, just a little out of his reach, and unfortunately for him, kind of at the end of a shift as well.
Here's Bruce Stavich. Cuts down the wing. Nelson got away with a trip there. Here's Tullio. Turns away from Nelson. Tullio to the corner. Nelson, one of the 2 Firebirds Ironmen this year. And now we'll have a penalty on the play. And it will be, I believe, a high stick against Coachella Valley.
Yeah, I think it's Jacob Melanson with a high stick there in the corner.
So the Wranglers with an opportunity to get back in the game. They get their first man advantage of this hockey match. And Jacob Melanson sits for 2 minutes.
Yeah, and again, last minute of a period, you don't want to give up a goal. So this face-off here is extremely important.
See Melanson, and got to have control of your stick at all times. And even though it was Stromgren who kind of hit himself, Melanson's stick was in the vicinity. Caused it to happen. So, Firebirds penalty kill brought to you by Milagro Tequila. Big kill for them here to try to stymie any momentum that the Wranglers have.
They had a great job there by Mitchell Stevens on the faceoff, winning it back, and John Hayden getting it down the ice.
Rory Cairns over the line for Dryden Hunt, picked up by Martin Firk, who does his best work on the man advantage.
Well, and this Wrangler power play runs through Martin Firk. They'll move it around from side to side, but the goal of the power play is to get it to Martin Firk for the one-timer.
Firk has 60 points this year in 67 games. Here's Aspero. Across for Dryden Hunt. Back up top, Aspero. He'll find Hunt up top again. Aspero, Hunt, they play catch. Feed across. Firk wires one on a save by Coco. Firk off the stick of Cairns. Firk is wrapped up by Fleury. King around the boards. Firebirds trying to get it out. Kept alive. Here's a drive by Firk, blocked by Fleury. 7 seconds to go in the period. Fleury for Lajoie. Turns it up the wing. Off of Aspero. And that will do it for the first period. Coachella Valley with a 2-0 lead after 20 here at Acrisure Arena. Still 46 seconds left on the kill when they start the second.
Yeah, and a good job on the kill there in the first minute of that power play, but a great start for the Firebirds. If you've got some young guys with some nervous energy, I thought they did a great job of coming out, taking advantage of that energy, and playing with a high pace in that period.
John Hayden got the scoring started on the entry from Morrison. Good feed from Newman off the inside of the right arm of Ignatiev, and the Firebirds take a 1-0 lead. And then it was Brandon Biro for the Firebirds, extending the lead, settling it down and taking a nice wrist shot. That went top shelf on Ignatiev.
The goals here in the playoffs at Acrisure Arena, just the importance of getting that first one.
It's good. Get the momentum right away and try and get the fans into it. It's been a great period.
The pregame, you and I chatted. You mentioned the compete level had to be there. It seemed to be the first 20. Your overall thoughts?
It was great. I thought everyone had some jump, and it's still early, so we got a lot of work to do.
Good luck the rest of the way. Thanks for taking the time. 40 more to go here at Acrisure Arena. Evan?
Thanks so much, Tim. The Firebirds lead this one 2-0 after 20. Oh, it's been exciting so far. The Firebirds got off to a great start, but now
It's Hockey Night Coachella Valley, live from Acrisure Arena. With your host, Gino Lamont. Hockey Hall of Famer, Grant Fuhr. On the ice with NBC Palm Springs, Tim O'Brien. And the voice of the Coachella Valley Firebirds, Evan Pivnik. Brought to you by your Southern California Toyota dealers.
Hockey Night Coachella Valley, first intermission report, first period of the first round of the Calder Cup playoffs. And boy, the Birds could not have asked for a better way to start this out. And what we, of course, are hoping will be a deep run into the playoffs. Thanks for staying with us. I'm Gino Lamont alongside Hockey Hall of Famer Grant Fuhr. Grant, we're concerned about the youth. We were concerned about maybe some nervous mistakes that the kids might make. They looked awfully good in that first period.
Yeah, I thought they looked fantastic in that first period. It's not so much you're nervous about the youth. You know that youth likes energy runs. Sometimes it makes mistakes. Sometimes it works out. And in that period for the Firebirds, I thought they were outstanding. Calgary's a big team. They came in, they were very physical, but I love the pushback of the Firebirds. And then they capitalized on a good forecheck to get things started. And they're up 2-0.
That's right. And the two goals scored by two veterans, guys with playoff experience, Brandon Byro and, of course, John Hayden, with more Firebirds playoff experience than anybody on planet Earth. Does that surprise you, or is that what you were expecting?
No, that's leadership. I think that's the big key is you want your leaders to lead by example. Well, John Hayden, Brandon Byro, a couple of the veteran guys leading by example. It doesn't get better than that.
Doesn't indeed. All right, let's take a look at those highlights from the first period, and boy, it's nice to have them. All right, coming up next, we're going to talk to the captain. Max McCormick will join us, give us his thoughts on the first period of the first round of the Welcome back, everybody. Hockey Night, Coachella Valley. First intermission report. Firebirds up 2-0 on Calgary in a hard-fought, hard-hitting first period. Joining us now is the captain, Max McCormick. Cap, when you looked at those guys, I know it's nervous for you. It's got to be tough watching them out there battling without you. What were your thoughts of the first period?
Yeah, I thought we had a great start. I mean, you know, we're in front of their net, on their goalie, getting some good looks. Hayes and Beersy with a couple big goals. I thought it was a good start for us.
So when you're not playing, you spend a lot of time in the room giving the guys a little bit of advice, helping them along because they're all so young.
Yeah, I think just being around them as much as I can, and they can bounce stuff off me. And like tonight, I was in there doing the lineup read, trying to get the boys going a little bit, just having some fun. But yeah, I just want to be around them, supporting them as much as I can. Yeah,
as we looked at the lineups tonight, of the 18 on the ice, only 4 have been with us in the postseason before, and the goalie's 20 years old. So how nervous are they, or do they just are too dumb to know what to expect? I mean, is it ignorance is bliss in this case, or do you have to sit them down and say, listen, you're going to be wound up. It's a long night. It's a long series. Take your time, breathe, stuff like that. What do you tell them?
I think these guys have developed and come a long way this season, all of our young guys. So I think they're prepared for it. I think, you know, the emotions and energy and nerves, it's going to be there no matter what you tell somebody. So they just got to go out there and, you know, gain the experience. And, you know, I think they've done a great job so far.
So now as things go along, do you take more of an active role of making sure guys are comfortable with where they're at?
Yeah, I think it's, you know, guys know their role this time of year, and they know their strengths, and it's play to those. You know, go do what you've been doing all year. Believe in yourself, believe in the team, and go do what you do.
You're going to make a pretty good coach one day.
We'll see.
Well, we'll see about that, because actually you've been on the ice with the guys too recently, dressed up as a coach. Let's be honest, you're not out there banging with them, and it's not the same, I know, but it's got to give you some sense of being involved.
Yeah, it's nice to be out there with the guys, even if I'm just, you know, pushing pucks and chirping guys. But there was a while there where, you know, I was just up in the gym and not really on the ice and around them very much. So it's good to be back in the mix a little bit.
All right. He's the captain. He's Max McCormick, is missed dearly. Welcome back, everybody. Hockey Night, Coachella Valley. First intermission report. The first game of best of 3 series, the first round of the Calder playoffs. Your Coachella Valley Firebirds up 2-0 over the Calgary Wranglers, a team that we've played in each of our first 2 years. The first round for us last year, the second round, the first year we played, we did eliminate them both times, so they are here and ready to play. Now, there is a little something we wanted to share with you this week. Our good friend and apparently new spokesperson for the Pepsi product that's available only in Alberta, Grant Fuhr, spent some time. Well, let's just be honest. He's hawking Pepsi. Only the weird thing is it's orange Pepsi, you know, in celebration of some team that's up there. Apparently, orange is the main color. Can we see what this? Yeah, orange Pepsi. Who's going to drink this stuff? So, Grant, is it like orange flavored or is it just Pepsi that's orange colored?
It's just Pepsi that's orange color. It's actually an Oiler Pepsi.
And you can only get it in Alberta or just literally in Edmonton?
Literally in Edmonton.
So only
gotta represent. I spent a long time there, so.
Little do you know, Gino, is this a Pepsi tie?
It's not quite a Pepsi tie, but I'm still wearing the Oiler colors, so it's playoff time. You got to go where the heart goes.
Yeah. All right. Grant and Evan will take you now to the second period. We'll be back here for the next intermission. Let's do it, guys.
Thanks so much, Gino. The Firebirds with a 2-0 lead after 1 period as we gear up for the second. A lot to like for Coachella Valley. 2 goals in the first 10 minutes. They dictated the pace. Very physical first period, too, between these two teams.
Yeah, definitely a very physical period, but I really like the pace that the Firebirds played with, and I love their pushback and the fact they got a goal off the forward check. They got a goal off a good play in the neutral zone. It's what you want to see, especially from a young hockey club, and it gives them something to build off of as this period goes along.
And it's the veterans, too, for Coachella Valley that are doing the hard work early on. You see John Hayden, he scored the game's first goal, and the Firebirds haven't looked back since.
Yeah, then you've got, besides John Hayden, Brandon Byro, another veteran, cashes in. So you're getting your veteran leadership, and that's what you want to see. Lead by example. And if you watch the veterans play, that's exactly what they do for this Firebird team. They all lead by example.
2-0 Firebirds as the second period is set to roll, but Coachella Valley starts this period 46 seconds on a kill.
Yeah, it's an important 46 seconds here early. You'd like to win a faceoff, get the puck down the ice, kill some clock, but at the same time, if it does end up with the Wranglers getting the puck, you got to be patient, keep them to the outsides. Their power play's running through Martin Firk, so you have to be aware of that.
Well, Martin Firk has been a lethal player for the Calgary Wranglers. Well, we've heard of Martin Firk's name in the past. He went to Europe last year to play. Before that, he was a staple in the American Hockey League, owner of the hardest shot in AHL history during the 2020 AHL All-Star Classic. 109+ miles an hour.
That's got a little bit of giddy up in it.
That does.
One of those you prefer to make sure it hits padding.
Yeah, I know some guys might think twice, or they say, oh, I'm sure by the time they think about it, it's too late.
If you're thinking about that one, you can just fish it out of the net.
Yeah. Center ice face-off. Calgary on the power play. Firebirds about to kill, brought to you by Milagro Tequila. Underway in the second. Firebirds win the center ice face-off, and Cale Fleury clears it down the ice. Valtteri Ignatieff out of his cage to get it. Devin Cooley has had the majority of the starts this season for the Wranglers. He's played 46 games, but is day-to-day with an ailment. Puck goes out of play, and we have a stoppage 20 seconds in.
Yeah, and if you're the Calgary Wranglers, Devin Cooley was outstanding for him in the first half of the season. Literally right up until the All-Star game. And since then, whether he's a little banged up or what's going on, it hasn't quite been the same. And again, you're missing some bodies. And when you're missing bodies, there's breakdowns. So it may not just be on the goaltender.
Firebirds have 2 past Ignatieff already tonight. Firebirds have seen Ignatieff a few times this year. He's 1-2 against Coachella Valley with 9 goals against. One cleared down by the Firebirds. Final 12 seconds of the man advantage for the Wranglers.
Well, and this penalty kill of the Firebirds continues to be good. It's been good all year. Keeps getting better and better. And it's been kind of a backbone of the defensive end of things here for the Firebirds.
Firebirds penalty kill coming in tonight at 85.2%. At home, 86.4%. Also the least penalized team in the American Hockey League this year.
Yeah, a little discipline doesn't hurt either. I mean, yes, they've got great penalty killing, but you can have great penalty killing when you're very selective about taking penalties, and the discipline says a lot about the coaching staff as well.
Credit too to 6 or 7 rookies who came in, and you expect some rookie mistakes here and there, but I haven't seen a ton that's ended up with players in the penalty box. Here's Ben Myers over the line, turns and shoots, and a save by Ignatiev. Paddled off of Myers. Byro frees it up. Turned away from Otavainen, and now through center ice. Here's Sam Mord towards the front of the Firebirds goal, pushed away by Brouillard. Wranglers get it back to the right point. Here is Jeremy Poirier down low, looking for an opportunity off of a skate. And Coachella Valley turns and clears. And that might be one of the luckiest ice scenes we've seen in quite some time. And you take advantage of the ice you get right in the early parts of the period. That puck just laid flat and just kept going.
Yeah, William Strongren did a great job of just turning and heading for the bench to go for a line change to make sure that puck got down for icing.
Well, Firebirds now with the defensive zone face-off. That puck had some giddy up to it. Firebirds get it off the face-off. Here is Brandon Byro. Clear it up the ice for Coachella Valley. Mention all the players who are in tonight for the Firebirds. A few who are out and continue to remain to be out. Edward Chalet is day-to-day with an upper body injury. Leighton Road and Max McCormick continue to be out indefinitely for this Firebirds team. And Ryan Winterton has taken a leave of absence to deal with a family matter. There's no real timetable for his return, but we do wish him and his family the best.
Yeah, most definitely. Family always comes first. Hockey's just a game.
There's Jonathan Aspero back to the neutral zone. Walker to the right by Coco. Now through center, off of Hayden. Directs this one on net, and then Ignatiev will push it to his right. Martin Ferk gets it through center. Hanzik over the Firebirds line, turned away by Stevens. Ferk gets it back. It's blocked by Olofsson. That point, big hit by Melanson. Takes down Aspero as Coco deals with it. Sorts it out to center ice off of Goyette. Now Melanson racing to the cage. Melanson draws a penalty, puts it on goal. It got blocked on the right side. And Jacob Melanson, hard work, sends the Firebirds back to the power play.
Again, hard work, and I love what he does. He gets this puck and he takes it to the net. It's easy to go wide there and not draw that penalty, but Jacob Melanson does a great job of taking that to the net, forcing the Wranglers to take a penalty. Kuznetsov didn't have a choice, because if he doesn't take the penalty, Melanson gets through to the net. So a great play by Jacob Melanson there.
This is a huge power play for the Firebirds, who killed a big penalty to start the period. Now has an opportunity to take a 3-0 lead as Jan Kuznetsov skates off for the Wranglers.
Yeah, and again, you don't want to leave a team hanging around, especially a good hockey team like Calgary. And they've had a couple of opportunities so far to push this game to 3-0. You'd like to see them capitalize here and not leave Calgary in this game.
Ben Myers, Logan Morrison, Brandon Byro, Nick Brouillard, and Yanni Newman. Myers wins it back. Morrison into the skates of Newman. He settles it down and puts it around the boards. Byro. Left side wing to the left point for Brouillard. Back to Byro. Down low off the stick of Morrison, just wide. Newman gets it back for Brouillard. Left side Byro. Drop pass. Brouillard's shot gloved by Ignatiev, and he holds.
And again, I like the fact that they moved that puck to Morrison in the slot, as it forces the winger and the defenseman to have to make a decision as to who they're going to take. And as they start to take that away, it's going to open up Yanni Newman for the shot.
Just the more options, the better, right, on the power play. And you mentioned the role that Logan Morrison has been playing behind the goal line.
And again, if you can throw it into some areas they're not expecting, they have to adjust to that. Well, now you can get the puck to where you really want it to go. That's the key.
16:30 left in the second. Firebirds still with $1:38 to go on their power play. Tie up in the dot comes to Calgary. Aspero shown the floor by Morrison. Morrison up top. Newman gets it. Tries to twirl away from Bishop. Cleared out to center by the Wranglers.
And a good job by Calgary. You have to give Calgary credit for the way they're defending the power play as well, as they've done a good job of adjusting with their box.
Morrison dumps it along behind the goal. Brustevich kicked free by Byro. Sent down by Aspero. Coco leaves it off. A minute left on this Firebirds power play. Brouillard looking to leave Hunt in the dust. Firkus drops a pass through center ice. Fleury carries it over the line. Nice move by Fleury, and a wrist shot just wide.
Yeah, great move by Fleury there to get across the line, and a great opportunity and just missed the net.
Firkus to the blue line. Lajoie. His rip blocked in front. Got a piece of Ignatieff. A clearing attempt failed, but now Morton gets on it, skates to center, dumps it down the ice with 30 seconds left on the Firebirds PP.
Yeah, and again, I like the fact they're getting pucks to the point, getting pucks down to the net, and they've got bodies in front of the net. And it makes it really hard on Ignatieff when you've got bodies in front of him.
I'll carry Ignatieff around the boards. Off the glove of Hayden. Settled down in behind the goal. Newman scoops it left side for Lajoie. 9 seconds of the man advantage. Fleury lets it go over top of the net. Great screen by Hayden, and Ignatieff didn't see it. Now Firkus in tight. Tries to throw it on goal. It's in the blue paint. Scooped up by Fleury. Across. Here's Firkus with a rip. Blocked by Aspero. Firebirds keep it moving. Fleury shoots off the post. Firebirds just sending it around the offensive zone, trying to make it 3-0. Lajoie for Fleury. Firebirds are changing. Fleury comes down from the point to keep it moving in the offensive end. Aspero gets it. He's wrapped up by Hayden. Goyette tries to join the party. Brustevich gets it back for Calgary. And they muscle it through center ice. Good play by Melanson. Sends it up to the right side. Here's a wrist shot and a save. Ignatieff on Mitchell Stevens. Another big hit by Melanson.
And again, he's going to get under the skin of the Wranglers as he's finished a couple of really good hits so far in this hockey game, and it's created some turnovers.
Goyette sends it out to center ice. Hunt the other way for the Wranglers. Karen's left side, a wrist shot. That bounces to the corner. Poirier. Right side for Rory Karen. 61 points in 63 games for the Wranglers this season. This one glances off of Khrushchevnikov. All the way back out to center ice with 13:27 left in the second period. And the Firebirds still out to a 2-0 lead. Ian McKinnon 1-on-3. Backhands it towards the goal. It's swatted away by Ignatieff. Ian McKinnon has first ever AHL multi-goal game against the Wranglers back in March. An offside against Lucas Tiona will take us to a break. 2-0 Coachella Valley. As game one continues after this on Hockey Night Coachella Valley. Big shout out to our friends over at Chavez Jessup GMC Truck Center, located in the I-10 Auto Mall. Proud to be the official domestic truck center of your Coachella Valley Firebirds. Coachella Valley leads the Wranglers 2-0 here in game one. best-of-3 series. First team to 2 moves on to round 2. Variety of options for second-round opponents. Offside against the Firebirds on their entry here.
Yeah, and again, it's a good matchup as the Firebirds are concerned. And when it comes down to the last game of the season, it doesn't give you a whole lot of time to prepare. But at the same time, when you've got a very young group like the Firebirds have, that might not be a bad thing, where you prepare quickly and then you get right into games again.
Firebirds fortunately wrapped up their home ice fate back on Friday without even have to play, as Gallant and McKinnon have some words. So they don't have to worry about the travel or anything like that. They're just awaiting their opponent. But San Jose and Calgary, they played on Sunday. They were the final game of the AHL regular season. If Calgary won, they knew they were coming right to Coachella Valley. If San Jose won, they knew they were coming to the Firebirds as well. But San Jose in a tougher situation, they were still on the road.
Yeah, they on the journey of a long road trip, so it just got extended a little for them.
Calgary, fortunately for them, they were able to, well, obviously San Jose, once they didn't get home ice, they knew that they were going to have to go somewhere down the coast. Here's Ignatieff, a shot, gobbled up, and a whistle after a while. But San Jose knew it was either going to be Coachella Valley or Ontario, but again, they didn't find that out until after Friday's night. As now we get some more fun stuff between these two teams. Yanni Newman in the middle of it.
Well, and you know that they would pick on Yanni Newman to try and get him off his game. It's funny how they do it right after a whistle.
Don Hayden and Lucas Fiona getting into it. Now Martin Ferk having some words. Rusevich and Newman. Over the last, kind of as this whole season has gone on, I just loved watching the way Yanni Newman kind of conduct himself after whistles. We saw him the other day. I think he took a penalty and patted the guy who he tripped on the back.
I got a kick out of that one. Guy took the tumble and he just patted him on the back to make sure he's okay.
So after a little bit of a dust up between the two teams, ready for action again for Derek Laxdal's club. Laxdal bringing the Firebirds to the postseason. Third straight year the Firebirds have made it into the Calder Cup playoffs. Although that was the expectation coming in for Coach Laxdal. He knew what he was getting himself into. Obviously big shoes to fill with the way this team played in the first 2 years, getting to the Calder Cup final. There's Stevens behind the goal. Melanson, tough angle, shut down in front as Stevens had a look at the blue paint but couldn't get it through.
Again, and I like that. That angle, you got nothing, get it on the net.
There's Ty Nelson with a wrist shot, gobbled up. Ignatieff covers. Two 0 Firebirds, 12:22 to go in the second period.
Yeah, and they're getting bodies to the front of the net and doing a really good job of that. And again, they're making it tough on Ignatieff, but they're staying there afterwards, forcing Calgary to either try and push him out of the way or see if they can draw Calgary into a penalty around the front of the net after the whistle.
Ty Nelson, most recent shot. Firebirds get their top line back out, which was responsible for goal 1. Hayden, Newman, and Morrison. Wranglers win it back in the defensive zone. Here is Dryden Hunt up the ice along the right wing side, out to center. Horton carries it in, off the stick of Gustav Olofsson. This will go out of play, and a souvenir. Gustav Olofsson has played well for the Firebirds against Calgary in the postseason. He leads all Firebirds in playoff points against these Wranglers.
And again, just a very solid defenseman. Not known for his offense, but you know what? Come playoff time, everybody becomes an offensive threat.
Here's a penalty against the Wranglers for a slash. And a second. offensive zone penalty called on Calgary tonight.
And again, not a very happy Calgary bench after that call, as we can hear them fairly loud and clear up here.
Rory Cairns goes off. Take another look. Cairns on Olofsson. Yeah, you get your hands in, your stick in the hands area, and over the last few years, that's something that's really been cracked down on by the officials.
Yeah, and again, they make those calls during the regular season, and it looks like they're going to make them here in the playoffs. A lot of times they'll let that kind of thing go in the playoffs, but it looks like they're going to crack down on it.
Firebirds power play back to work. Fourth time tonight. Shot off the crossbar from Brouillard. Coachella Valley right back to work. Brouillard for Byro. Back up top for Nick. Brouillard lets it go again. Blocked by Myers. That stung him. And the Wranglers get out the center ice shorthanded. Here's a wrister by Hanzik up and out of play as Brouillard got a stick out.
Yeah, Ben Myers in front of the net, doing what you're supposed to do, get in front of the goalie, but that one took a little bite out of him.
Nick Brouillard back close.
What I like is the traffic in front. Ignaciev's got no chance of finding that puck, and a little unfortunate for Nick Brouillard that it finds the crossbar.
Firebirds have held the Wranglers to just one shot so far in this period. A little more of a slow-moving frame. 11:45 to go in the second. 1:40 left in this Firebirds power play.
Well, again, it started with a special teams attempt for the Wranglers, and the Firebirds have had a couple of attempts, and unfortunately for them, they've hit some posts, a crossbar, just haven't been able to cash in.
Brandon Byro twisting on in, knocked away by Hunt. One sent down the ice, and Coco will slow it for the Firebirds. Brouillard, neutral zone for Byro. Hits it back for Logan Morrison. Aggressive penalty kill for the Wranglers. They trail by 2. Wranglers penalty kill, 8 shorthanded goals on the year. Firebirds have given up only 2 of those. Byro back out to center with 56 to go in the power play. Penalty against Coachella Valley. It's going to be an interference call against Ben Myers, who doesn't seem too pleased, but both the arms of Mike Sullivan and Jordan Samuels-Thomas were raised.
Yeah, both guys had their arms up, so.
We take another look. So watch 39.
Could have been maybe a little bit of a collision, but right now they're not giving anybody the benefit of the doubt.
Well, game 1 of the playoffs. So 4-on-4 for 53 seconds before a minute 7 of power play time for the Wranglers. Face off the left of Steska. Or rather, Mike Coco. We're going to talk about Alex Steska in a second. Steska was finally back in the Firebirds lineup on Saturday in their final regular season game. After
haven't played in a while.
Yes, February the 16th was the last time he played in the AHL. February 23rd, he made his NHL debut. Here's Tullio with a rip and a save by Coco. Steska came back from the NHL, ended up getting hurt, and missed about 2 months of play.
Yeah, so it's nice that game on Saturday night didn't mean a whole lot. You have the opportunity to get Alex Steska back in the game, get him comfortable. Because at some point over the playoffs, you usually end up using 2 goaltenders.
You know, his schedules are he'll have a back-to-back at some point.
Somewhere along the way they're going to.
You think about it, if game 3 is to occur, and that's a back-to-back situation. Here's a shot by Kuznetsov that goes just wide. Kuznetsov gets it back. Simon Mack to the half boards. Here is Stromgren back to the skates of Kuznetsov. Pounded a bit by John Hayden. Back to the point it goes. 4-on-4 continues for the Wranglers for 10 more seconds before a brief power play. Stromgren feeds it down low. Horton pressured by Lajoie. Picked off by Stevens. Firebirds officially shorthanded. Stevens greeted by Rory Cairns. He's right out of the box. And Hayden brings it out to center ice.
Yeah, great job there by John Hayden and Mitchell Stevens to make sure that puck gets down the ice.
48 seconds left in the Myers penalty. Rory Cairns starts into the neutral zone over the Firebirds line. Dumps it behind the goal. Coco out of his net. Slides it to the near side wall. Rory pushes down a body. Spyro looking for it. Aspero has it to the right side for Calgary. Cairns sets it up top for Hunt. Dryden Hunt, Jonathan Aspero. One-timer on its way. Coco got it in the rebound. Cairns in front. Sends it out of play.
And again, a great stop there by Nikkei Coco. Did a great job of reading this to get across, make that first save, and I think he got a piece of the rebound as well to get that up into the netting. But a great job by Nikkei Coco to realize that that puck's going to go to Martin Ferk, and Martin Ferk's not looking to pass that.
No, very seldomly does that puck not go off Ferk's stick without going right to the goal. Face-off win for the Wranglers again. 13 seconds left on their power play. Dryden Hunt up top. Aspero for Hunt, a one-timer blocked in front by Olafson. Hunt to the slot, down low. Cairns in front. Fleury takes care of business in front. Here's a chance and a stop by Coco.
Yeah, great stop there by Nikkei Coco. Going from his right to his left to be able to get a pad on that and keep that puck out.
Firebirds kill it off. Big penalty kill for this Firebirds, who look like they're going to go back to the power play.
And again, you put enough pressure on a tired Calgary group. It ends up Jonathan Aspero, I believe, throws that up into the crowd.
Crowd chanting Coco here, and it's going to be a power play for the Firebirds again. 2-0 Coachella Valley. 8:38 to go in the second period. Nikkei Coco, a dazzling stop. We're back after this at Hockey. Nikkei Coco has been outstanding so far. 15 saves for him as his team leads 2-0. Evan Pimnick, Grant Fuhr, Tim O'Brien, Gino Lamont with you. Hockey Night Coachella Valley is presented by Toyota. And Grant, this is a series that's spread out a bit. Game 1 tonight. Game 2 is Saturday. Game 3, if necessary, on Sunday. So whoever doesn't come out on top tonight will have to kind of deal with that loss for 4 days.
Yeah, and that's the tough part is normally you get a day off and then you end up playing again, but the way this is stretched out a little bit is you lose tonight, you've got to think about it for 4 days, and that 4 days is a long 4 days. Coaching staffs aren't very happy, players aren't very happy, so it's not a real enjoyable 4 days.
Firebirds back to the power play. Here's a pass for Byro just out of his reach, and now Bishop brings it out to center. Bishop shorthanded. He'll send it on in for the Wranglers. Aspero for delay of game. Fifth power play opportunity of the hockey game for the Firebirds. Byro. Moves it down. It's chopped at by Bishop. And he'll clear for the Wranglers. John Hayden, Brandon Byro, the goal scorers in this one, both inside the first 7:37 of the first period.
Yeah, it was a quick start for the Firebirds, and it's kind of leveled off now where both teams are a little more careful about where pucks are going, and the physicality hasn't laid down any. There's been a few extra whacks here and there, and the officials have done a good job of keeping control of this.
Fleury in through center ice. Drops it back for Lajoie. Furcus enters. Hayden behind the goal in search of Jagger Furcus. Brustevich on the clear. Gets all of it. Down the ice it goes, and now Coco moves to his right, and the Firebirds look to get back to the offensive end with 27 to go in their power play. Newman for Furcus. Jagger Furcus right circle. Blocked by Grushnikov. Good keep by Fleury at the line. He'll settle it down. Fleury for Newman. Right circle. Shoots. Save Ignatiev. Newman gets it back. Broken stick on the play, and Bishop was without one here. Lajoie. A wrist shot blockered away by Ignatiev. Power play comes to an end for the Firebirds, who are now 0 for 5 tonight. What a play by Max Lajoie from his backside. And now Newman brings it in over the line. Yanni Newman pins himself up against the boards. His team changing. It squeaks free now for Clark Bishop. Bishop out of the bit. Good work by Mitchell Stevens. Here's Melanson with a drive and a glove save. Ignatiev, his best of the game.
Yeah, great stop there for Ignatiev. But again, Lajoie with a huge play to take this puck away. Otherwise, it's an odd man rush for Calgary. And then they do a great job of turning this into an offensive opportunity. Is win the little puck battles, and Jacob Melanson with a great opportunity, but Ignatiev with a great glove stop.
And that'll be our save of the game, brought to you by California Bank and Trust. Well, the Wranglers find their way back in this one. Mark that one as the turning point.
Yeah, if Lajoie doesn't get that, that's a 2-on-1 for Calgary from pretty much center ice. So great play there by Lajoie.
Face-off win for the Wranglers in their defensive zone. Jonathan Aspero can't get it away from David Goyette. Goyette chips it down. Melanson first to get there behind the cage. Melanson swings it on the backhand of the right point for Viliana-Vainen. Nick Brouillard a wrister, tip towards the cage. Loose puck scores! Mitchell Stevens hits 3-0.
Yeah, and again, a great job of not the big shot from the point, just getting it down to the front of the net, and gets tipped a couple of times, and Mitchell Stevens just happens to be Johnny on the spot and is there to shovel it into the empty net.
Right place, right time for Mitchell Stevens. Brouillard gets it through. That was a triple deflection, I believe.
Yeah, it hit a lot of things on the way through there, and Mitchell Stevens, you get rewarded for going to the front of the net, stops in front of the net, puck lays flat for him. 3-0 lead for the Firebirds.
It hit Goyette, then it hit Melanson, then it came right to Mitchell Stevens. Coachella Valley with a 3-0 lead here in the second period with 5:55 to go. Some words on the face-off. That's the second postseason goal, as they're going to send both Talio and Newman off here. And you got to control.
They're controlling the temperature. They realize it's a 3-0 hockey game right now. The heat of this game's probably going to go up a notch. So they're just trying to control things a little bit here.
Second postseason goal for Mitchell Stevens. He appeared in games for the Syracuse Crunch in the American Hockey League. 2016-17, 17-18, as well as 18-19. He's a playoff player. Winner of one Stanley Cup, was with the Lightning for their back-to-backs. There's Lajoie, right side. Nelson off the stick of Ignatiev. 4-on-4 between these two teams. Morrison cycles up top. lifts it off for Hayden. Here is Nelson down low. Toe drag, sends it in front. Ignatiev smothers it and hangs on with 5:19 to go in the second period. Mitchell Stevens has given the Firebirds a 3-0 lead as we take a break and continue after this on Hockey Night Coachella Valley. Stevens has extended the Firebirds' lead in the second period. And the Firebirds playing with fire here in game one.
Yeah, they've been extremely good in this hockey game and winning the little battles in all areas of the ice. So far, a very complete game by the Firebirds, and you're going to see the Wranglers are starting to get a little frustrated, so I expect this game to get a little chippy as we go along here.
Face-off win for Calgary inside their defensive zone. 4-on-4 continues for a minute 19. Yanni Newman and Ty Tullio are in the box for their clubs as Perkis pulls it loose. Myers, the trailer, fumbled the puck a bit. Gets poked off his twig by Kuznetsov, and now Cairns the other way. Rory Cairns left circle. Up top, swatted at by Perkis. Up now by Fleury is Cairns. Down to 4:45 to go in the second. Here's Cale Fleury driving to the goal, in behind the net. Fleury cycles it back around. And Myers scrum in the corner. Firebirds get some fresh legs on at the tail end of this 4-on-4. Myers from Melanson and Goyen. Here's Morton. Over the line, Strongren. Across for Poirier, up top. Aspero, it's blocked by Melanson. Firebirds carry it out to center. Ty Nelson gets to it, carries it over the blue line here. Nelson behind the goal, centering feed just out of the reach of Melanson. Here's Lajoie, sends it down. Backhander in front for Newman, and he just fanned on it.
Yeah, great opportunity there for Yanni Newman. Couldn't quite get his stick on it, but good play by Ty Nelson there to take that wide.
Aspero dumps it in. Lajoie's there for the Firebirds. Off of Newman, corralled by Morrison, sent through center, mishandled by Mack. And here is Hayden. John Hayden steps up, left point. Nick Brouillard up top. Otavainen shoots, kicked out by Ignatiev. Rebound, a save. And it's now picked up behind the goal by the Wranglers. Forced down in front. Coachella Valley doing some good work. They get it back. Hayden, tough angle shot. Never made its way through, and the Wranglers get to center ice.
Yeah, a couple of really good saves by Ignatiev. There's a couple of really good opportunities and some in-tight passing by the Firebirds.
Brouillard skies it out to center. Here's Grushnikov. Back for Simon Mack. Over the line it comes. Clark Bishop down the left wing boards. Bishop pressured by Otavainen. Rustevich keeps it afloat. Good read by Furcus, and the puck's out to center.
Again, the Firebirds are doing a great job of getting to the puck in a hurry and not allowing the Wranglers any time to get set up or establish anything.
Dryden Hunt sends it in. Jan Kuznetsov to the front of the goal. Never made it there. 2:20 left to play in the second. Firebirds lead at 3-0. Glances off the stick of Furcus. No icing. He'll get a change in. Firebirds leading shots 24-16. There is Rory Cairns down the wing. Coco makes the save on him as the Firebirds keep Cairns to the outside. Goyette trying to pickpocket it from Hunt. Honzik, drop pass, Hunt left side, never got a shot off. Good pressure by the Firebirds. Poirier right circle, traffic, his drive blocked by Melanson. Cleared by Goyette.
Yeah, first off, it was great backside pressure by David Goyette, and then a great block again by Jacob Melanson, and Goyette doing a great job of following that up to make sure that puck gets out of the zone.
Here's Poirier with 1:25 to go in the second period. Poirier drop pass. Here's Aspero off the stick of Newman. Joie corrals. Morrison sends it up ice. Poirier across here. This is going to be icing against the Wranglers, but no. Coco came out. He played the puck and a giveaway out in front, but the Firebirds find a way to move that out to center ice.
Yeah, almost a giveaway that could have changed the pace of this hockey game with a goal in the last minute, but they got away with that one.
43 seconds to go. In the period, Grushnikov's shot off the end boards, out in front, still available. As a wraparound try by Morton never made its way on goal. Back to the left side. Arister knocked in front, loose puck swatted away. And there's going to be a penalty called against Calgary.
Yeah, no, there was a battle going on in front of the net, and unfortunately for Calgary, they got called on the pick in front of the net. They let 2 or 3 things go, but they didn't let the last one go.
See Martin Ferk in front of the goal, and yeah, he pushed down Ty Nelson. What's that, the third offensive zone penalty the Wranglers have taken tonight?
It is. And again, it's a great battle in front of the net, but the first 2, he knocked Nelson down the first time. Nelson got back up, he shoved him again, and then they finally called the third one.
Face off to the left of Ignatiev. One thing that hasn't clicked yet tonight has been the power plays, the 6th time of the man advantage for the Birds.
Yeah, it's about the only thing that hasn't gone right for the Firebirds so far in this hockey game, is everything else has kind of gone their way.
So they'll split through the defense. 20 seconds to go in the period. We'll carry over the power play will if the Firebirds don't find one in the closing seconds of the frame. Here's Jagger Furcus. Honzik all over him. Furcus finds his lane north. Lajoie picks it up. 5 seconds to go in the frame. Here is Newman up top, running out of time. Newman across, Furcus back door, and that one misses Hayden as time runs out in the second period. Mitchell Stevens adds a goal for Coachella Valley, and the Firebirds take a 3-0 lead to the dressing room here in Game 1.
Yeah, a very solid 40 minutes for the Firebirds. They've been great physically. They've been great in their own zone. They've done a great job in the Calgary zone. Not sure why Martin Ferk's yelling at the official. Pretty guilty. So, but they've done a great job here of doing all the little things right. All the things that a veteran club would do, this young club has done.
Shots on goal brought to you by Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey. Firebirds had 15 in the period, total of 25. The Wranglers with 6, total of 17. Coming up during the intermission here on Hockey Night Coachella Valley. Some highlights, some stats. We'll talk to our friends at NBC and preview game number 2. Before we do that, Tim O'Brien is downstairs with Mitchell Stevens.
All right, Firebirds fans, the City of Indian Wells intermission interview with Mitchell Stevens. Got the 3rd goal there in the second period. A gutsy goal, gritty goal. What was working for you?
Yeah, just getting it low to high, bodies to the net, and finding a rebound there.
Rewarded for the play there in the period. Good luck the rest of the way. Final 20 coming up here in just a moment. Evan, we'll send it back up to you.
Thanks, Tim. Coachella Valley with a 3-0 lead after 40. Trying to close this one out in the third coming up shortly, but Gino and Grant have you for the
Welcome back, everybody. Hockey night, Coachella Valley. Second intermission reports. Coachella Valley Firebirds with a 3-0 lead over the Calgary Wranglers as we head into the last 20 minutes. Join us now, our media partners from NBC Palm Springs, Olivia Sandusky and Mark Messer. Guys, thanks for stopping by. I know you're doing the newscast live from the arena tonight. How is that for you guys? Harder, easier, more fun?
Well, you know, thankfully we've had this partnership. I started at the beginning of the season, and our boss was pretty adamant about having us out here. So we were out here for opening night. We were out here for the final home game of the season. What was it, against Abbotsford?
Yes.
Last week. So we've been accustomed to being out here for quite some time, and it feels like home.
Well, wait, so let me get this straight. You were here for the first game and for the last game?
Yep.
Those were both losses,
and
you guys
nothing
know.
in between. That's all we showed up.
I was going to say, so
And
what happened in the middle?
Yeah, we lost both those games. So if anything goes wrong tonight, we know who to blame.
Hey, I do want to say, though, I made a score prediction in our live 5 p.m. newscast. I said 4-0, good guys. So
really,
right now it's looking pretty good.
It's looking really good. Now, Olivia, you and I are lifelong Dodger fans, and you've got a close relationship with the sport of baseball. Let's call it that.
Yes.
But you got to admit, is there anything better than hockey in person?
Okay, this was about like my first experience coming to the Coachella Valley Firebirds when they first came here to the Valley. It was my first time ever going to a hockey game and seeing it in person, and having grown up on the sidelines of other sports and baseball fields. This is a completely unique experience. I absolutely love it. And there's no sun, there's no wind. It's fantastic. I'm in love.
So do you like the atmosphere of playoff hockey better than regular season?
I'm not, well, tonight, not quite the turnout I think that we were hoping for, but I think on Saturday, that's going to be the atmosphere that we're looking for.
I think so as well. It's always tricky when the playoffs first start because so many of our season ticket holders are seasonal residents. So they've gone back home, and now it's time for the locals to come fill up those seats. So hopefully you guys will all be out here on Saturday. Mark, where are you from originally?
You know, I grew up on the East Coast, so I was fortunate enough to go to Hartford Whalers games when they were still a team. I was going to Continental Airlines Arena before the Devils moved over to Newark. So, you know, watching playoff hockey last night, seeing the Oilers do what they did, even though they didn't come out with the win, we were thinking about you. My teenage years, Mark, is pinching myself right now, getting to stand next to Grant Fuhr and to watch playoff hockey, whether it's AHL or NHL. This is just a lifelong dream come true.
Yeah, tell me about that. Now, you grew up on the East Coast, so who'd you support? The Devils, you said?
My brothers were Rangers fans, adamant, and I was a Devils fan. So in 1994, my heart was broken. Thankfully, the next year, we were able to win the Cup. And then I think in the year 2000, that New Jersey Devils team, I think it was Sikora, Eliash, and Arnott. That was one of the highlights of growing up being a hockey player.
So what brought you to Hartford to watch games?
Oh, well, I was in Connecticut.
Okay.
And so, you know, I had some friends in New Jersey, but mostly this was right before they moved to Carolina. But it was fun. The Whalers were a great team, and now I believe the Hartford Wolfpack are there right now, which is the Rangers expansion team. So I know a little bit of hockey.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah.
I like that, old-time hockey.
Yeah.
And it's got to be old-time if you're at Continental Arena.
There was the Meadowlands, which was it's always 16W, which was great because that's how many wins you need to win the Stanley Cup, which I think you've done a few times, right?
Yeah, we've got a couple.
Yeah.
So now when you're doing the newscast from here, you guys just do the fun stuff and then you throw back the studio for somebody to do the real news, right?
Yeah, we actually get a break from our main jobs and we get to do all the fun stuff. And tonight we had Thalia Hayden back in the studio. Usually we'll have Tiani Jadalang. So it's fun, though. We get to grab the fans live, usually when they're not expecting it, and put them on the spot and say, what's your favorite part of watching the Firebirds? I think always the answer is just having a local team to support. I think that's what the Valley needed, right? And when 5 years ago when I got here, we didn't even have this. And now when we talk about it, I can't even picture what did we do for fun when the Firebirds
We didn't.
Here?
We just laid around the house. We were just sad all the time. It's Olivia Sandusky and Mark Messer, anchors over at our media partners, NBC Palm Springs. They'll be on right after the game right here on KPSC Channel 20. You're watching Hockey Night Coachella Valley. The Birds up. Welcome back, everybody. Hockey Night Coachella Valley, second intermission report. 3-0 Coachella Valley Firebirds over the Calgary Wranglers. We will be back here on Saturday. Airtime will be 5:30 for a 6 o'clock puck drop. It is an elimination game. No matter what happens tonight, Saturday is an elimination game for one of these teams. Get your tickets now. It's going to fill up fast. And these rounds, as we're going into the playoffs, they're going to get bigger and bigger. So let's hope we can take care of business tonight. And that'll make Saturday an elimination game for the Wranglers and not for us. But get your tickets available now. Scan the QR code and get those tickets now. Let's get some butts in the seats here to support the Birds. All right, let's send it over to Evan and Grant with all your third period action. Guys, take it away.
Thanks so much, Gino. The Firebirds looking to close out this game one. You mentioned the tickets on sale, $27 tickets for those wanting to come to the games this weekend. Visit cvfirebirds.com to get yours today. Coachella Valley with a 3-0 lead. There's a $27 ticket offer. And again, if you see it on your screen, scan that QR code, and we'll see you on Saturday night. Firebirds lead this one 3-0. They have 1:35 of power play time to start this period, but you're expecting a big pushback from these Calgary Wranglers, Grant.
I am. I'm expecting them to try and make a big push here, and this first 5 minutes is going to be the important part of this period for the Firebirds. If they can defend the power play here and just kind of kill the momentum of the Wranglers, because they're going to make a push, because they'll realize how important this first 5 minutes is here in the third.
Firebirds are 0 for 5 on the power play. This is their 6th crack at it. We still have time left, 1:17. As Nick Brouillard carries it out for the Coachella Valley Firebirds through center ice, left side for Ben Myers. Good stick pushes away from Jan Kuznetsov, and the clear for the Wranglers.
And again, entries have been a little bit of a problem so far tonight, but when they do get set up, they've had some opportunities. It's just Calgary does a great job of taking the center of the ice away from them.
Wranglers' penalty kill came into this game after all this year at 79.8% as the Firebirds go offside. It's been better at home than it's been on the road. Their penalty kill on the road this year at 76.5%.
Yeah, and that's not going to win you a whole lot of hockey games. I'm always of that 80-20 belief. Your power play's got to be 20%. Your penalty killing's got to be 80% if you're going to be successful. So anything underneath that, you've got yourself behind the 8 ball.
Now, if it's clicking in the opposite direction where your power play is at 80% and your penalty kill's at 20, then I think another conversation has to be started.
Then you've got a definite problem.
47 seconds left on the Firebirds power play. A 3-0 lead for Coachella Valley. Yanni Newman, Jagger Firkus, John Hayden. Face-off win for the Wranglers here. Dump down the ice, wide of Coco. And Cale Fleury starts things for the Firebirds. Some speed through center ice. The pass behind a couple of folks. And now a restart for Newman. Newman gains the line, finds Firkus down the right wing boards. Firkus flips it up top. Fleury shot tipped on goal and a save. Ignatiev as Newman got a piece of it.
Yeah, Yanni Newman did a good job of going to the front of the net, getting a stick on that, but Ignatiev does a great job of getting his body in front of that at the top of the crease and not allowing that to get behind him.
.22 seconds remaining on the Firebirds' man advantage. The left of Ignatiev. He's kept his team in it. Firebirds have 26 shots on goal. He's made 23 saves.
I mean, the only one he might want back is that first one of John Hayden's where he got a piece of it and thought he stopped it. But other than that, nothing could do about the other two.
Brandon Byro was a snipe that was barred down, and then Mitchell Stevens on a triple deflection. By the time Stevens got to it, it was far too late. Penalty killed for the Wranglers as Fleury drives it to the front of the goal. It's swatted away by Calgary. Lajoie trying to keep it afloat, delayed offside, and now Bishop the other way. Finds some open space in the Firebirds' defensive end. Lajoie navigates around Kuznetsov. Goyette races into the zone down the left wing. Goyette looking for a lane. Sends it to the front of the cage. No one available for the Firebirds. Tried to Hunt. Down to center for Calgary. Slowed down by Mitchell Stevens. Backhands it up the boards. Goyette spins it through the neutral zone in search of Melanson. Jeremy Poirier from the red line. Comes to the left wing now for Dryden Hunt. Gustav Olofsson has to navigate around the referee, Jordan Samuels-Thomas. Coco with a swing at it. Terrence to the front of the net. Coco, what a save! Oh my goodness, Nikke Coco, absolute robbery!
Phenomenal stop by Nikke Coco. Unfortunately, Hunt was left wide open, had all the time in the world to bury that, but Nikke Coco does a phenomenal job of reaching back with his stick and batting this out of the air. Just outstanding battle by Nikke Coco.
Coco lunging to his right, got his stick on a Dryden Hunt chance. Oh, what a stop.
Just a phenomenal job of battling and getting his stick on that. And a good job of battling to find the rebound after that as well.
Rustevich to the near side boards. Firebirds had iced it right after the save from Coco. Rushnikov for Stromgren now. Centering feed. Good stick. Goyette broke up the pass to Rustevich, who was spinning down for the blue line. Firebirds going to call for a penalty here. Gustav Olofsson takes down Ty Tullio. There's Mike Sullivan on the call. Power plays continue for both teams. Third power play of the game coming up for the Wranglers.
And again, the officials have called the game consistently through the whole thing. So if you're going to reach in with a stick or an arm, they're going to make that call on you, and you have to be careful of that, especially here in the third.
Two very experienced referees in Mike Sullivan and Jordan Samuels-Thomas, and I think you're exactly right, Grant. This has been a well-officiated game from a consistency standpoint where, yeah, if you take something that looks like a penalty, it's going to get called.
Yeah, I mean, players probably aren't happy sometimes about it, but it's been very consistent. That's all you're looking for as a player is consistency.
The Wranglers to the man advantage, trying to strike the cut within the lead. Stromgren pass across. Hayden knocks a man down and Morton, but the puck rolls to Stromgren. Now it's Poirier. Rustevich to the far wall. Morton. Poirier shoots, glove save, Coco! And Lucas Fiona with the slash on Coco's glove, and his teammates will take care of that.
Yet again, good job of moving people out of the front of the net. A great stop by Nikke Coco again as he peeks around the traffic in front of the net and gets his glove on it.
Bourgeois wasn't thrilled with Fiona. Nikke Coco locked in tonight. "21 saves in the game for the 21-year-old. Wranglers only faced off. They still have 1:25 left in their power play. Rustevich for Poirier. Back to Rustevich. D-to-D. Stromgren left circle, tipped on goal, saved by Coco. Sam Morton got a stick on it.
Yeah, another really good stop by Coco on a deflection.
Morton for Siona under his stick. Poirier moves up top, comes to the right side for Hunter Rustevich. Morton off of Poirier's stick, back to center ice. Power play for 46 more seconds for the Wranglers. Poirier over the Firebirds line, works by Anavainen. Poirier sends it around the boards. At the right point, it's Aspero. He'll drive it to the right side. Martin Ferk for Dryden Hunt. Just keeps a rolling puck afloat. Good pressure by Byro. Kept down the wing by Poirier. Sent back up top. Here is Ferk. Trying to dance away from Ben Myers. 20 left on the Wranglers' power play. Ferk shoots wide of the goal. Poirier. Left side now for Aspero. 13 left on the power play. Dryden Hunt to the far boards. Down low. Centering feed from King. Couldn't find its way through. There's a wrister blocked by the Firebirds. Out to center it comes. Olofsson's out of the box. And then Aspero tangle up. Firebirds kill it off as they lead 3-0 here in the third.
And again, a really good penalty kill by the Firebirds. Nikke Coco with a couple of huge stops. And again, lots of block shots by the Firebirds forwards.
Off the stick of Cairns. Collision between Hedman and Cairns. Coco will cover this one up with 14-18 left. Here in the third period as tempers flare once more. Brouillard throwing some punches with Clark Bishop.
Yeah, and you're starting to see some frustration set in with the Calgary Wranglers right now, and you would expect that. Things haven't gone very well for them in this hockey game.
3-0 Firebirds. Face off inside the Coachella Valley defensive zone. Hayden, Byro, Stevens. 3 players who have played a lot of professional hockey, leading the way for this young Firebirds team.
Yeah, most definitely. You got to like your veterans. A guy like Cale Fleury, John Hayden, Brandon Byro. They've done a phenomenal job in this game. Mitchell Stevens. The veterans have led, but what I really like is the kids have followed. And they've done a great job of it. You see a veteran block a puck, the kids are getting in front of pucks. Jacob Melanson's blocked 3 or 4 shots in this game. Jagger Firks has blocked a couple of shots in this game. David Goyette's blocked a couple. So your young guys are sacrificing their bodies in this.
Well, some 4-on-4 hockey here with 14-19 to go in this third period. Clark Bishop and Nick Brouillard go off for their little extracurriculars, each for 2 minutes.
And a little conversation in behind the net.
There is Stromgren. Back out to center ice. He'll rotate back from behind the blue line. Drop pass. Kuznetsov carries it in. And Kuznetsov down the wing. Right side. Handled by Mack. Now picked up by Morton. Stromgren looking for a lane to the front of the cage. Stromgren, Kuznetsov, his shot wide of the goal. Kicked around in the corner, Morton gets it back. Here's Mack. Down the wing, twisted for Sam Morton. Morton centering feed, off the stick of Nelson, out to center ice.
And again, the Firebirds are doing a great job of keeping everything to the perimeter, not allowing Calgary to get any kind of an attempt out of the middle.
Over the line, Cairns, Aspero. Ricochets now for Hunt. He'll get it back, let it go, they score! The Wranglers finally solve Coco, Dryden Hunt from long range. And on the 4-on-4, it's 3-1 Firebirds.
And again, it's the traffic in front of the net. That might have got tipped in front of Nikkei Coco, but a lot of bodies, a lot of traffic in front, and it just finds a little hole, ends up in the back of the net. But up until that point, a pretty good job by the Firebirds.
Get some more open ice, too, for these two teams. Second time we've had a 4-on-4 scenario, but the first time one has gone in within open ice.
Yeah, and it kind of changes the momentum of the game with a little bit of 4-on-4. Well, now the Firebirds have to go back to making a push here. You knew Calgary was going to make a push to try and get back in this hockey game, so the Firebirds have to make a push now to even things out here. And you don't want to sit back and just defend.
Brustevich from inside of his own end. Still 40 seconds left on the 4-on-4. Dryden Hunt right back in. Here's Martin Firk. He'll move it back to the blue line. Brustevich doesn't like what he sees, so he peels out. Saucer pass over the line. Comes to Firk. High slot. Martin Firk to the right side. Dryden Hunt off the stick of Brustevich. There's Schwab trying to get it back for Coachella Valley. Brustevich, feed across. Firk. Here's a drive by Hunt, blocked by Byro.
Yeah, good block by Brandon Byro. That one, painful block, but again, in the right position to make that block.
Cairns and Lajoie battle. Jagger Firkus gets to it for the Firebirds. He's had a tremendous game, Jagger Firkus.
Yeah, I thought he's been really good in this hockey game, both offensively and defensively.
Firkus carries the puck in. Tough angle shot over top of the goal. Hits off the high glass. Luke Hedman races forward in the right wing corner. Hedman, Poirier tangle to the point it comes. Fleury, a wrister, bouncing puck wide off the end boards, covered up by Ignatiev. With 11:46 to go in the third period, Dryden Hunt has pulled the Wranglers within 2. It's 3-1 Firebirds. We're back after this. 7:46 to go in the third period. The Firebirds lead it 3-1 here in Game 1 of Round 1 of the Calder Cup playoffs. Firebirds continue with Game 2 on Saturday night, and you can get your tickets for just $27. Visit cvfirebirds.com for more information. Head over to Ticketmaster. It's an online-only deal. Valid only in select seating locations.
So there are no bad seats here.
That is true. Ignatieff out of his goal to get it. Tryon Hunt has the only goal in this period, but the Wranglers lead to 2. Or the Wranglers deficit to 2. Another offside against Calgary, as Tullio was ahead of the party. 7:21 now to go in this third period.
Well, now time becomes the Wranglers' enemy. As the clock runs, puts more and more pressure on the Calgary Wranglers. And if you're the Firebirds, you just want to make sure you're sound defensively. They've done a phenomenal job of blocking shots all night. They've done a great job at the blue lines of getting pucks out and in, and you just want to continue that.
This is the Firebirds team also that has struggled on home ice as of late. Firebirds in their last 8 home games, 1-5-2. Only 12 goals scored in those 8 games.
Yeah, they've not set the world on fire at home in the last 8, but this is one of the most solid, so far, one of the most solid games they've played at home.
Firebirds finished the regular season with a 17-13-2-4 record on home ice. 20-12-3-1 away from Acrisure Arena. Rory Karen steps in, his shot blocked by Nelson. Ollerson up the wing, a bouncing puck. Rustevich keeps it afloat at the right point. Looking for Cairns, and Hayden will sky this one out to center.
And again, well, the convenient change to try and make it icing, but the linesmen have caught on to that one right now.
6:30 to go, period 3. Firebirds lead 3-1. Gordon to the neutral zone, over the Firebirds line. Works behind Olofsson. Stromgren in the left wing circle. Jagger Furcus out to center ice, chips it right corner, and Ben Myers gives it a chase. Back around the glass, Stromgren skies this one to safety. Fleury up the left boards, deflected by Myers. Stromgren backhands it down. Under 6 minutes to go in the third period. Gustav Olofsson up the ice for Melanson. Sent all the way in. Poirier pressured by Goyette. Gets it out to the neutral zone for Lucas Siona. Siona drives it in. Coco out of his goal to get it. David Sillier awaits it. Coco's without his stick. Hanzik feels the shoulder of Otavainen in the corner. Up to the far boards. Poirier looking after it. Aspero pitchforks it down the wing. Otavainen can't get it out. Siona's shot saved by a stickless Nicholas Coco. Aspero to the high slot. Pass across. Wrister backdoor. They score. Siona has made it a 1-goal game with a little over 5 minutes to go in the third.
Yet again, they have the opportunity along the boards to get that puck out, and unfortunately for the Firebirds, that puck doesn't come out. Calgary gets another opportunity around the front of the net, and Siona ends up cashing in on it. And now all of a sudden you've got a hockey game.
Coco was without a twig for a good part, about 20 seconds or so.
Well, and that's where you have to be aware that your goalie doesn't have his stick. Take an icing. Allow him to get reset.
Lucas Siona, 8 goals in the regular season. Pulls his team within 1. There's John Hayden as the Firebirds still looking for that response.
Well, again, the way the playoffs have gone in the National Hockey League, the American Hockey League, no lead is safe.
Hunt now up the ice. Rory Cairns dumps it in. Nelson races for it. Icing is the call. And the Firebirds get an offensive zone faceoff.
Yet again, as the clock ticks down, you like that. You want the offensive zone faceoffs. You want to have Calgary have to play in their end for a little while. They've spent most of this period in the Firebird zone. The shot total doesn't really look like it, but a lot of the play has been for the Firebirds defending.
Face off to Ignatiev's right. Firebirds up 3-2. Shots are 29-25 in favor of the home team. Face-off win by the Firebirds, but they couldn't pick up the puck. Martin Ferk gets it out to center. Now brought onside by Mack. He'll dump it behind the goal. Pyro awaits it. The Wranglers get it free. Simon Mack to the left wing circle. Martin Ferk trying to push off Ben Myers. Ty Nelson slowed down by Mack. Bouncing puck to the front of the goal off of Lajoie. Settled down by Byro. Jumped on in.
Really good job by Brendan Byro there to make sure he got the red line when he dumped that down.
4:10 to go in the third period. Firebirds with a 3-2 lead. Here's a wrist shot, glove save by Coco, and Morton goes right into Coco, trying to slow down. And a little bit of a mix-up between the two teams. (3-2) Coachella Valley. 4:02 to go in the third period. Tepper's flare once again, as this is a one-goal contest. Fuego getting the crowd fired up here in the later part of the third period. 4:02 to go. Firebirds lead at 3-2.
Yeah, and it's a tight one now, and you need the crowd's energy back in it. And the Firebirds have to get back into. They played physical in that first couple of periods, finishing checks, making it kind of smothering the Wranglers, where the Wranglers have had more free space here in the third period.
Wranglers lead in shots this period 9-4. Dale Fleury can't get it out. The Wranglers try it from a tough angle, never makes its way through. Sillier bumped by Fleury. Up the ice it comes for Luke Hedman. Hedman also can't clear it away. This is now grabbed by Gustav Olofsson. Off of Hedman. That negates what would have been icing if it went all the way down.
Yeah, and a good job by Hedman to realize that and get an arm on that to make sure it doesn't get all the way down.
3.5 to go in the third period. 3-2 lead for the Firebirds. We'll keep an eye on Ignatiev. And Trent Cole will give him the pull to the bench. Meanwhile, it's Yanni Newman approaching Poirier. Firebirds begin to change. This one back through center ice for Ferk. Ferk carries it over the line. He'll drop it across. Dryden Hunt towards the goal. Poirier got a stick on it, but directed it wide. Ferk stolen. Firebirds to center. 2-on-1. Morrison with Newman. Morrison to the net. A save made. Oh, Ignatiev makes the stop as Morrison was in tight.
Yeah, big save by Ignatiev there as the Firebirds have broken out on a 2-on-1, and it's one of those key saves that keeps your team in this game, and unfortunately for the Firebirds, they could have put the game away right there.
Hunt right back in. 2:35 to go in the third period. Olofsson couldn't get it out cleanly. Helped out by Furcus. Puck against the far wall. Scooped up by Jagger. They'll ladle it back into the Calgary zone, and Brustevich back on it for the Wranglers. Hanzik. Bruce center ice. Knocked down by Fleury. No call. Pyro chops at it. Furcus gets to it. Lane out. As Furcus races down the ice. Icing is the call against the Firebirds. 2:08 to go in the third. 3-2. Coachella Valley. And I would be shocked if... Oh, good Trent Cull. You gotta pull Ignatiev here, don't you?
I would think if they win this phase, there we go. Ignatiev's leaving now, so
6-on-5 for the Wranglers.
Huge face-off right here. And if you're the Firebirds, you got to be careful about icing the puck as well.
Pyro. Soft clear out to center. Aspro back on it. Coachella Valley gets some fresh legs on following the icing. Here's Dryden Hunt. They'll rim it on in. Coco out of his net. He'll slow it down. Nelson chops it up the glass. Aspro at the left point, trying to keep it. Firebirds looking to force it out. Broken up by Nelson. His second effort gets it back out to center ice. 1:43 to go in the third period. Coachella Valley leading game 1, 3-2. The net is empty for the Wranglers. Morton approaches it left side. Cairns around the boards. Stevens up the wing. And looks like a hand pass against
Hand pass.
the Wranglers. Yeah.
Which should take the face-off outside the blue line.
And it does. So Ignatiev will head back out. Or will he? I think you at least have to put him back to the hash marks, don't you?
Yeah, I would think you got to put him at the hash marks.
Yeah, there he goes. 1:26 left in the third period. Coachella Valley with a 3-2 lead. Ignatiev at the top of the circle. Firebirds win this face-off back. Olofsson for Fleury, up ice for Hayden. Hayden from the red line will toss it on in. With 1:18 to go. Wranglers down by 1. Ignatiev makes the slow trek. And he'll go to the bench. Poirier off his stick. Hayden racing for it. Empty net for Calgary. Morrison gathers, dumps into the zone. A minute to go here in the third.
Yeah, and again, a good job of not forcing the puck towards the net. Just dump it down, kill some clock.
Hunt sends it in. Coco trying to slow it. Ricochets past him. Dale Fleury near side corner. Slow out to center ice. And Brustevich hops on it with 40 seconds left in the third period. Brustevich, neutral zone. Off of Morton. Morton driving to the goal. High slot. Burke couldn't get to it. Cairns left point. Poirier across. Here is Brustevich. 30 to go in the period. Poirier. Cairns down low. He'll flip it for Furk. Fleury gets involved. Comes up top. Brustevich waits. Fires. Deflected to the corner. 15 seconds to go in period 3. Firebirds holding on. Dryden Hunt far boards. Martin Furk down low. Back door. They score. Rory Cairns ties it with 7 seconds left. The Wranglers come back from 3 goals down in period 3.
And again, somehow Cairns manages to get loose behind everybody, and puck ends up in the back of the net.
Martin Furk got into a little bit of a brawl with Yanni Newman after the goal went in. And Rory Cairns ties the game with 7 seconds left in regulation. stuns the crowd at Acrisure Arena.
Yeah, and again, the Firebirds kind of got caught defending, where the first two periods they pushed the pace, they carried the play, and they allowed Calgary to carry the play in the third period. And unfortunately for them, a missed coverage. It ends up in the back of the net.
Rory Cairns planted himself right in the blue paint. Officials are having a discussion here. Again, I think it might be more towards the Newman and Burke panel. Looks like it's going to be 5-on-5 out of all that. So what a response for these Calgary Wranglers in the third period. Firebirds took their foot off the gas just a bit, and Calgary takes advantage.
Yeah, you knew they were going to make a push. I mean, that's the other thing. You knew Calgary was going to make a big push, and the Firebirds kind of allowed them to make that push, where they sat back and defended and allowed Calgary to attack.
So Rory Cairns ties the game. And game one of round one goes to overtime. A 3-goal resurgence for the Wranglers in period number 3. And now we play until we have a winner.
Yeah, it's one that kind of got away on the Firebirds a little bit. You got a 3-0 lead. You can't sit back and defend. And unfortunately for the Firebirds, they sat back a little bit. They allowed Calgary to take the game to them in the third period. And 7 seconds away from being victorious. We saw that here the last game. I think it was 8 seconds away from being victorious, and having that point where you would have had that nice little breather, and unfortunately for that now, it's a one-shot game.
3-3 at the end of regulation. OT needed to settle a winner. We're back after this on Hockey Night Coachella Valley.
postseason, unlike the regular season where they just go 3-on-3 for 5 minutes and then a shootout. We take a full intermission, 15 minutes, and then we will play hockey until somebody scores a goal. And boy, it better be us, because that was a quick turnaround by Calgary.
I wouldn't call it a quick turnaround. It was a determined turnaround.
Sure.
Where they just kept putting pressure on, and the Firebirds kind of sat back a little bit and allowed Calgary to attack. And when you do that, bad things happen.
Right. When you've got a 3-goal lead, though, is it not just like almost instinct to play not to lose rather than playing to win, try to get that 4th goal? You sit back so you don't make mistakes?
It's instinct to sit back and try to defend that.
Right.
But at the same time, the really good teams keep the foot on the gas pedal. If it's 3-0, you want 4-0. If it's 4-0, you want 5-0. And you'd like to run it as far as you can. But it's also a young group where they're still learning that process. So it's a good lesson for them. But now you hope they come out and go back to being aggressive again here in the overtime.
Well, and also a couple of 4-on-4 situations. And when you're down by a goal or two, what you want is open ice.
If you're down, you want open ice. If you're defending, you'd like to clog the ice up. So unfortunately, the 4-on-4, they cashed in on the first one. But we've also had the 6 power plays where we've got nothing out of it. Right. And right now, that's the difference in the hockey game.
Well, that and the save by Coco, which will go down as the absolute save of the year. I'm talking an ESPN top 10 kind of save by Coco. Let's take a look at some highlights from those first 3 periods. It was all Firebirds for 40 and all Calgary for the final 20. And here we are ready for our first overtime. We started quick and fast, attacking, passing, and a great shot by John Hayden.
Yeah, great shot by Hayden. Great pass by Yanni Newman. And they just continued it up with hard work. And if you're looking here, the hard work, the turnover, Ferkus makes a great pass, Brandon Byro makes a great shot. But you look at the forward, you take the body, win the little battles, good things happen. Here again, you're winning the battles, getting pucks down to the front of the net with bodies down to the front of the net. And when that happens, pucks end up in the back of the net.
Now, the third period, almost a completely different Firebirds team. The lines, they seemed like they were short. They wasn't playing all 4 lines. It was a lot of the vets. So they get.
If you take a look, we had power plays, but when they get the shot to the net, there's nobody in front of the net. The first 2 periods, we had people in front of the net. And then after that, we pretty much just defended. And unfortunately, when you're defending, you're allowing the other team to carry the pace, carry everything that goes on, and they get bodies to the front of the net. They did everything that the Firebirds did in the first 2 periods, and hence why we're going to overtime.
Right. In fact, that shot by Ferkus may have been the only serious scoring chance we had in that period.
Yeah, and again, a couple of quick missed coverages and good opportunity here. Ignatieff makes a good stop there to keep them in this, and a little breakdown there, and all of a sudden we got a tie hockey game.
Yeah, 7 seconds left. They had the goalie pulled, so they had the man advantage. Well, on the upside, the penalty killing's been great on both teams. The downside is 0 for 6. That just sticks out like a huge sore thumb.
Well, if you end up not coming out on the right side of this hockey game, it's a very big sore thumb.
Yeah.
But at the same time, the first 40 are very positive. The last 20, not so much. So you got to find a way now to go out, win this hockey game, and then you get a chance to reset.
Yeah, it's you hate to say it's a must-win in Game 1 of any series, but in a series this short, when you had a 3-goal lead going into the last 20, you got to win this one, or coming back from it's going to be a pretty big hill to climb.
Anytime in a best of 3, you got to win that first game, because short series are very dangerous. Not always the best team, because all of a sudden it takes one mistake, you're down Game 1, now your backs are against the wall. So it's a big advantage for the team that comes out of this game with a victory.
All right. We'll have some more for you after the break. We are doing overtime. We got hockey till somebody wins.
gets colder and colder.
You notice that too?
Welcome to Hockey Night Coachella Valley overtime edition, as the Calgary Wranglers came up with 3 goals in that third period to catch your Firebirds. It's 3-3 as we head into a sudden death overtime. Evan has pointed out that this is the 10th time that these two teams have met in the playoffs and the 4th time they've gone to overtime, so I guess we shouldn't really be surprised. Grant, what can a coach say in the locker room to guys that say, play like you did the first 40, not like you did the last 20?
It's just a matter of regrouping more than anything. You realize you played 40 really good minutes. You played not to lose instead of playing to win, so now you want to go back out. You get that play-to-win mentality where you want to carry the pace. You want to initiate the play, not allow Calgary to initiate it.
And where does it get dangerous, Evan, when you're talking about trying not to let a sudden breakaway or a bad turnover, yet still try to push the offense forward?
Yeah, that's one thing the Firebirds, I think, needed to do a little bit more in that third period, was drive the offense a little bit. As Grant said, kind of playing not to lose in period number 3, but this is the playoffs. Now it's a brand new hockey game in this overtime, and the Firebirds have had luck in the overtime period against the Wranglers. They're 3-0 in those 3 games.
Yeah, most definitely. And you look back at that, and you can rely on that experience. And it's fun now because guess what? Next shot wins. So that makes it a great mentality. Put the foot on the gas pedal, push the play.
Now you have to erase the previous 60 minutes now out of your brain because, as you mentioned, next shot wins, and the Firebirds hoping to come out with a 1-0 series lead.
Yeah, exactly. You're in overtime. You throw everything at the net. You play good defense in your own zone, so this will be an exciting overtime.
Back in the inaugural season, an overtime game winner from Riker Evans in Game 3, Andrew Podorowski in the series-clinching Game 5, and then Devin Shore in Game 2 in Calgary last year. Those are the victories for the Firebirds. The Wranglers, well, they have to be feeling pretty good about things. A lot of momentum for the Wranglers going into this overtime period. They trailed 3-0 last time they were in intermission.
Yeah, and that's the thing that you have to be careful of. The Wranglers are carrying all the momentum, so now you've got to find a way to take that away from them and try and slow them up again so that you can initiate the pace of this.
Overtime is underway here at Acrisure Arena. Gustav Olofsson knocked down in the corner as the Wranglers pull it to the near side boards, trying to get some offensive possession going. Rory Cairns tied the game with just 7 seconds left in regulation. Here's Cairns again, and a wrister just missed.
Yeah, really good opportunity there for Cairns, and he had his eyes on it, just a little bit wide.
Lurie falls down to the corner. Cillier poked away by Coachella Valley. Good work by the Wranglers to get it on back, though. Speed broken up by Logan Morrison. Traveling into the center ice. Luke Henry will chip it left wing corner. Poirier pops it back around. Perkis down the wing. Brustevich intercepts. Tulio. Perkis gets his stick involved as well. Now Ben Myers slows things down for the Firebirds. Turns it back the other way. Brandon Byro looking for Myers in the corner. Brustevich punched away. Stromgren lifts it on out to center. Swatted out by Lajoie. And Furcus on it for Coachella Valley. He'll dump it to the far corner. Byro first one there. Byro wrapped up by Brustevich. To the point it comes. Nelson for Furcus. Got him in the skates. Wranglers clear it down, and this will go for icing.
Yeah, I think that pass kind of caught Furcus by surprise. I thought he was thinking that was going to be a shot on net by Nelson, but Nelson in turn turned to pass it to him.
Meanwhile, some carryover penalties as Furk and Newman are still in the box following their fisticuffs after Rory Cairns' game-tying goal. So Firebirds are without a big power in their offense, so are the Wranglers.
Yeah, both are missing their big offensive guys, so it's going to be somebody else who has to chip in this game.
Yard shot blocked by Tulio. Melanson hit to the boards. Firebirds support him. Melanson behind the goal. Stevens trying to pry it free. It comes to Poirier in the near side boards. Poirier flips it up and out of play. As the faceoff remains inside the Coachella Valley offensive end.
And again, that's probably the best shift the Firebirds have had in the last 10 minutes of hockey, where they got some sustained pressure, they get the forecheck back going again, and that's what we need to see more of here in the overtime.
Face off to the right of Valtteri Ignatieff. Brouillard. Left point, in behind the goal. Stevens is centering feed, broken up. Goyette to the point. Out of Vinen to Goyette. Broken up by Siona. Now it's Melanson. Trying to work with it with Mack. Off the stick of Melanson. Goyette. Far corner boards. Melanson trying to drive it to the front of the cage. Intercepted by Mack. Sent on in by the Wranglers. 2.5 gone in overtime. Hanzik behind the goal for Calgary inside the offensive end. Right point, Kuznetsov. He'll get it back, but a bouncing puck scrambles out to center ice.
Yeah, again, a good break for the Firebirds. They can complete the change now and get some fresh legs on the ice.
Anavainen around the wing. Brouillard settles it. Billy Anavainen gets to it for the Firebirds. Anavainen out to center. Missed John Hayden with it, but icing is waved off. Good hustle by Hedman. Hayden behind the goal. Morrison on his backhand to the point. Cale Fleury wrists it through traffic. It lands somewhere. But the whistle's blown. I think it's caught up in the pads of John Hayden.
Yeah, Ignatieff had no idea where that puck was. I'm not sure John Hayden knew where it was. It would have been interesting if John had figured that out and just kind of slid into the net.
Well, who was that? It was Kevin Bieksa, I think, about 10 or 12 years ago with Vancouver. No one saw the puck and it ended up going right to the slot or the blue line, and he just ripped it home. .3-3 here in overtime. Faced off to the left of Valtteri Ignatieff. One shot in the OT belongs to the Firebirds. Perkis trying to kick it down the wing. This scoops off the stick of Myers. Myers in behind the goal. Perkis on his way to help him out. And it's Morton and Mack for the Wranglers. Picked up by Stromgren. Sent to the blue line, but not out. Olofsson moves it down the wing. Chopped at by Stromgren. He'll get it back for the Wranglers. In through center ice. Here is Sam Morton the other way for Calgary. Right wing. Inside the Firebirds end. Ty Tullio. Far wall. Stromgren, far side, or near side wall rather. Rory Cairns gets to it for Calgary. Left point. Jonathan Aspero. Shot blocked by Furcus. Furcus had to test his twig there to see if it got blocked. He'll go off to the bench. A reset for the Wranglers. Mack turns it over to Logan Morrison. Up ice for John Hayden. Hayden gallops to the right wing corner along with Morrison. Mack gets a piece of it. It'll roll for Dryden Hunt. Hunt out to center ice. Hedman gets it back in Firebirds possession for Logan Morrison. Lajoie. Nelson off of Hayden. Aspero, first one there for the Wranglers. Mack guides it around the wing. Stillier trying to get it out for Calgary. He does. He finds Cairns 2-on-2 in over the Coachella Valley line. High slot. Hunt shoots over top of the goal.
Probably the best scoring opportunity of the overtime so far is Hunt just missed that by a little bit.
Cairns had a good look in the opening minute as well. Hedman gets to it now for Coachella Valley. As his team changes behind him, the Wranglers pull it loose. Lucas Fiona had one of the 3 Calgary goals in period 3. Here is Kuznetsov. Fakes the pass. Drives it through center ice. Off of Hanzik. Brouillard. Up the boards. Stevens gets his stick back. Puck flutters to the high slot. Hanzik. Good play by Stevens. as he gets right back into the play and twists it loose.
Yeah, great play by Stevens there to stay with that, make sure that puck gets out of the zone.
Goyette for Otavainen. Here is Myers. Good play by Bishop. Hard-working play by the Wranglers captain. Gets it off of Ben Myers' stick. Jagger Firkus over the line. Left wing. Ben Myers, tough angle. Shoulder save. Ignatiev out of play it goes.
Yeah, Myers had some room there. There was an opportunity to slide that short side, and Ignatiev's kind of lucky that bounced off his shoulders. There was some room.
Good idea, though, by Ben Myers cutting down the wing. Another good feed by Firkus. And there was some room. 13:59 left on the clock. And this game will be played until someone scores. And that's the beauty of playoff hockey.
That's the fun of playoff hockey, is it's not going to be won in a shootout. Somebody's actually going to have to go out and win the game.
Face-off win defensively by the Wranglers. Good step up, though, by Fleury on a 50-50 puck. Yanni Newman and Martin Ferk are both free for their respective teams following their unsportsmanlike conduct calls. Some more firepower for each team. Cillier up the wing. Stromgren below the goal line. Has it on his backhand. Goes up to the left wing boards. Blue line Kuznetsov. It's blocked. John Hayden stepped in front of that one. Here's Stromgren, his wrister. Punched away in front of the goal. Stromgren gets it back before being greeted by Cale Fleury in the far side corner. Yanni Newman skates after it. Newman trying to move it north for the Firebirds. Finds it for Gustav Olofsson. Fleury for Newman. Handcuffed him a bit, but now Coachella Valley looking to move north. Hayden will dump it. Firebirds change. Got to be very careful of your shifts, especially here in the first overtime. Again, kind of like the second period, longer changes.
Yeah, longer changes. You don't want to get stuck out there in a 2-minute shift.
Hunt trying to pull away from Nelson. Dryden Hunt sticks with it. Tries to turn it on goal. Nelson trying to step away from Hunt. Dryden Hunt and Ty Nelson race forward. Ignatiev comes out as Nelson throws a huge hit on Aspero. Nelson was off to the races, but Ignatiev stepped up, took it away from him. Firebird centering feed from Melanson. Couldn't get it to Stevens. Now everyone racing back with Calgary coming the other way. Left circle, saved by Coco. He knocks it down and gets the whistle.
Yet again, great hit by Ty Nelson there as the physicality's picked up again. And you've got to win those little battles. And that's a good example of it right there.
Face off to Coco's right. Two shots for each team here in the overtime. So now Myers and Bishop on the face-off. It's one on back by Calgary. Here is Mack with a shot. Blocker saved by Coco. As they turn it towards the front of the goal, it hobbles to the right wing corner. Siona battles for it. Hanzik, his drive. In front, it's loose, available, and driven just wide of the net. Always dangerous in overtime when a puck finds its way to the blue paint.
Yeah, and again, Calgary's got that shoot-first mentality, and that's what you have to have in overtime. You throw the puck in, you hope for the traffic, and then you look for a bounce.
Mack turns away from Firkus as Stromgren feels the pressure. Pokes this one out to center ice. Dumped to the left wing boards. Olofsson around the wing. Fyro clears this one down. Tullio on it. Firebirds finish up a change. Here's Brustevich. He'll set it into the right wing corner. Ty Nelson back on it for Coachella Valley. Pokes it free from Stromgren. Up the wing, here's Hayden. Carried through center ice now by Logan Morrison. Morrison, drop pass over the line. Offside as he got it to Yanni Newman.
Yeah, it would have been a good opportunity there. Half a step too quick for Yanni Newman.
Well, puck has to enter first.
Yeah, if he gets that out in front of him just a hair more, Yanni Newman's cutting across in a good spot to shoot the puck.
And we know he loves to shoot the puck, does Yanni Newman. 28 goals in the regular season. Firebirds led 3-0 heading into the third period. Wranglers found 2 and then tied the game with 7 seconds left in regulation. On a goal from Rory Cairns. 9 minutes have gone by in this overtime period. No winner yet. Olofsson sends it down. Ignatiev around the wing. Off of Hayden. Almost a hand pass called against Coachella Valley. Nice keep at the right point by Fleury. Left side Newman trying to skate around Poirier. Gives an opportunity for Martin Frk to get back to it for the Wranglers. Here's Poirier down the right wing. Jams it off the boards. Olofsson swats it out to center. Poirier next to touch it, so no hand pass. Hunt's feet across ice for Cairns, disrupted by Melanson. Here's Gustav Olofsson for the Firebirds through center in search of Stevens. And now Melanson will twist it on in. Firebirds still trying to catch up behind the blue line. Ilyana Vinen races for it for Coachella Valley. Out of the reach of Cillier. And Coachella Valley is going to be called for icing here. We're halfway through. But again, in overtime, any whistle after the 10-minute mark, I believe, or we'll see here. I'm not sure if this is the media timeout or not.
It's not going to make Calgary very happy.
No, it's not. This is not. I believe it was the first. I think it's the first media timeout, regardless, after 10 minutes. So the goalies are at the bench. And I think we will take the media timeout. So we'll take a quick break and return in overtime after this. Halfway through the first overtime here at Acrisure Arena, the Firebirds and the Wranglers all tied up at 3. Evan Pimnick, Grant Fuhr, Gino Lamont, Tim O'Brien with you. Game 1 of round 1. The 2025 Calder Cup playoffs. Welcome back in. My Firebirds TV here at Hockey Night Coachella Valley, as well as everyone watching on FloHockey tonight. It's the preview of the Calder Cup playoffs. Thanks for being with us.
Well, again, it's playoff hockey, and you're getting treated to a very good hockey game. Kind of a tale of 2 games. Firebirds dominated for 40, and the Wranglers dominated the last 20.
Good back check, Melanson. Here it's picked up by Myers. Not a ton of help as the Firebirds were still trying to change following the most recent icing call. And Joie will rip it on in. Newman on the approach. Newman turns it in front, tries to get a lane on it. but directs it just wide. This one up and out of play. This is going to be a penalty against the Wranglers, and the Firebirds will have a power play here in overtime.
Yeah, and again, this is the time your power play has to cash in now. And Yanni Newman does a great job of stealing that puck and to keep pressure on the Calgary defense. Unfortunately for them, Sam Morton ends up flipping it out over the glass, and you got to think that things for the Firebirds kind of ride on this power play right now.
Firebirds man advantage 0 for 6 during regulation. That all goes out the window if they find a goal here.
Yeah, if they can find a way to find the back of the net here, nobody remembers the 0 for 6. It'll say, the power play won the game. So it's a big moment in the hockey game here.
Firebirds use their timeout. Assistant coach Brendan Sonny talking with his power play group. Hayden, Newman, Brouillard, Morrison, Byro, and Myers. One of those will stay back. Delay a game against the Wranglers. 8:56 left on the clock. Firebirds power play brought to you by Spotlight 29 Casino. Yanni Newman is going to be the focal point here on this man advantage for Coachella Valley.
Yeah, and I'm going to guess Calgary probably knows that too, but if that down play, the down beside the net play is open to Logan Morrison, if I'm Logan Morrison and you get that opportunity, you take it to the front of the net.
Myers on the draw. Byro on his right, Morrison on his left, Brouillard and Newman at the blue lines. Firebirds win it back. Some hard work from Morrison, gets it there. Byro against the near side glass. Brouillard left point. Sets it up across. Newman right circle down low, looking to thread the needle and got blocked. Comes back to Newman. Now it's Brouillard. Left side. Byro. Brouillard shoots. Ignatiev has it through traffic.
Yeah, good save by Ignatiev, but again, nobody in front of the goalie. Ignatiev's able to see that. Early in the game, they have bodies in front of the net. Now we've got bodies off to the side, and it allows Ignatiev to see that.
23 seconds gone by on the Firebirds power play. Again, brought to you by Spotlight 29 Casino. Shots are tied at 32. Score tied at 3.
Yeah, and successful power plays have a net front presence. And unfortunately for the Firebirds, there was a great shot, but no net front presence.
Myers wins it to Morrison. Morrison to the blue line. Brouillard. Left circle. Byro twirls it back. Brouillard. Newman, one-timer. Ignatiev gets it.
Yeah, good shot there by Yanni Newman. Ignatiev gets it, but he's not sure he had that. He thought it might have squeezed through. But the Firebirds got the shot they were looking for there.
It was read well by Ignatiev, too.
Everybody does film work now. They know where that puck's going, so Ignatiev does a good job of getting across there.
1:27 left on the Firebirds power play. Firebirds win it back. Here's Cale Fleury. Yanni Newman sticks out with the second group as well. Fleury for Lajoie, accompanied by Furcus and Stevens. This one off a stick, bouncing to the corner. Newman will race over towards it. Bounces behind the cage. Stevens flutters it around. Near side wall for Jagger Furcus. 1:06 to go on the man advantage. Fleury, Lajoie, Newman, top of the right circle. Across one-timer. That one blocked by Kuznetsov as Fleury got loose. Lajoie keeps it moving for Coachella Valley. Shot tipped, save into the glove of Ignatiev.
Yet again, a good idea there by Lajoie. Get that puck down to the net because they're expecting that cross-ice pass, and you catch everybody off guard by throwing one at the net.
Fleury had a good look. It was blocked right in front of the goal. And 51 seconds remaining on the Sam Morton delay a game penalty. Wranglers win the faceoff back. Kuznetsov around the boards, but Newman's there to cycle it onside. Brouillard to the corner for Morrison. Morrison behind the goal line, keeps it moving up the wing. Brouillard left point for Byro. Pressured by Bishop. This is an aggressive penalty kill for the Wranglers. It's done a good job so far. Newman, right circle. Closes in. His backhand feed picked off by Bishop. He'll get out to center ice and dump it in.
Yeah, it was a good read by Bishop there to step into that. Unfortunately for the Firebirds, more opportunity to his power play, but still haven't cashed in yet.
8 seconds left on the man advantage as Briard flips it to the goal. Ignatiev gloves it. And the Firebirds will get an offensive zone face-off with 3 seconds to go on their power play.
And again, if you win a face-off, you might get one more scoring attempt out of this. But I like the fact the Firebirds have carried the play here in the first overtime. Done a much better job of being aggressive, and it looks a lot more like the first 40.
Firebirds had 3 goals in the first 40 minutes of the game. Face-off win for Coachella Valley. On a Vinen. Melanson, one-timer just wide. Power play is over for Coachella Valley. Morton's back out on the ice. What a birthday present that would have been for Jacob Melanson. Melanson slow to get back up. He was dumped down as Morton takes a shot. Glove saved by Coco. And he holds. Melanson hobbles back to the Firebirds bench in some serious discomfort.
Pretty sure that one could have been a hit from behind almost. He got one number, almost 2.
Melanson not happy about the non-call.
No, they probably got good reason on that one.
We're through 13 minutes and 21 seconds of overtime. Defensive zone face-off for Coachella Valley. Here is Poirier. Right side, flips it along behind the net. Rory Cairns. He'll tangle on down. Here's a shot blocker saved by Coco. This one gets out to center ice. Myers races for it. Poirier backhands it out to center. Hayden scoops it free down the left wing boards. Hayden dumps it on in, and Ignatiev slows it down as he sees Myers approaching. Dryden Hunt bounces it to the neutral zone. Rory Cairns trying to step by Nelson, and a good job by Nelson. Edging him out.
Yeah, and again, it's almost looks like we're going to have Hudson's Bay rules where you're going to have to do something very blatant to get a penalty right now.
John Hayden trying to cut up the wing. Stromgren steals it away. Dumps it along behind the Firebirds net. Nelson takes a shoulder. A centering feed broken up by Hedman as Brustevich put to the boards by Luke Hedman. Puck out to center, just out of the reach of Logan Morrison. Back to the neutral zone it goes. Brustevich to the right side. He'll get it from the red line. Lucas Fiona tangled up with Nelson. Down to 5:20 to go. Jagger Firkus sends it in. Hanzik, first one there. Hedman on his tail. Hanzik around the boards. Left side for Kuznetsov. Stevens and Hedman work together trying to get it back. But it's Hanzik down the left wing side. Scooped up off of Fleury. Back into the skates of Hanzik. Gathered by Gustav Olofsson. And the Firebirds can now settle down with 5 minutes left. Fleury will rip it in from the red line. Ignatiev waits on it. Simon Mack around the boards. Rushnikov, far side, deflected. Just gets outside of the zone. Good to see Jacob Melanson right back on the next shift. David Goyette will send it on the backhand all the way down the ice. Ignatiev lost the puck there, but fortunately a couple of teammates were there to bail him out.
Yeah, he got a little fortunate. He had some guys back to help him there. A little misread.
Briard gets hit up high by Firkus. Play continue, or rather by Firk. Hanavainen, right point shot, tipped on goal. Rebound, Ignatiev makes the save. It's available. Here's a wrister just wide on a sprawling chance from Goyette. Hanavainen shoots, blocked by Carrots. Over the stick of Melanson, who would have had a great look to put it right in front.
Yeah, and again, great idea to get pucks down to the net and getting bodies to the front of the net, which has been great as well.
Rushnikov gets it back for Calgary. He'll slow things down. His team finishes a change. Calms the nerves a bit. here in overtime with 3:35 to go in the opening overtime period. Icing against the Wranglers. So after all of that, Calgary ends up icing the puck.
And again, a good offensive opportunity here for the Firebirds. They've been very good in the faceoff circle here so far tonight, and have had a couple of really good scoring opportunities quickly off of draws.
.331 left on the clock. Morrison, Hayden, Newman, Olofsson, and Fleury for Coachella Valley. To the left of Ignatiev, one back by Coachella Valley. Olofsson shot, hits off of Morrison, stings him a bit. And Tullio clears it down to the right wing corner. David Cillier overskates it, bounces it to the right side for Tullio. Here's Jeremy Poirier at the center point. Poirier turns and shoots, deflected over top of the goal. It's in the right corner. Stromgren gets to it for Calgary. Poirier through traffic, kicked away as Olofsson got down to stop it. Morton with a blast. That's tipped wide. Goes up and out of play. And play will come to a halt with 3:02 left.
Yeah, and again, that was one of those pucks where nobody knows where it is. Those have a tendency to find their way into the back of the net in overtime.
So we remain 3-3. Still looking for a winner. Byro, Stevens, Melanson. Stevens jumps. We'll do it again. These two teams, their benches have been pretty short pretty much since the middle of the second period.
Yeah, there's going to be some tired bodies after this one as both teams have shortened their bench.
Firebirds have a step in the zone. Melanson to the net on the backhand. Shut down. Ignatiev, a good save.
Yeah, I think it's a better opportunity if it's early in the period. The puck was rolling and bouncing on him.
Otavainen shot just wide of the goal. Pressed to the boards by Bishop. He'll sort it along behind the net. Will Otavainen. Aspero upended by Stevens. Puck comes out to center. And I think, too, Stevens, or Byro rather, I don't think he realized how much space he had in front of him. Could have been a 2-on-1, and he has pretty good wheels.
Yeah, he's got great wheels, and maybe just a little peek over the shoulder. You've seen he had a little more room to make that play, but again, Jacob Melanson still ended up with a good scoring opportunity.
Hedman with a steal, a backhander save, the rebound just wide. Oh, that would have been disastrous for Calgary. A giveaway right in front of the net, and Luke Hedman almost ended it.
A couple of great opportunities for Luke Hedman. A great stop by Ignatiev on the first one, and the second one just went by the side of the post.
Firebirds flip this out to center. It's gloved down by Perkis. Put to the neutral zone for Hedman. Moves inside the Calgary end. Pressed against the boards by Kuznetsov. Wranglers come to center. With their top line out. Here is Cairns for Martin Ferk. Down low. Trident Hunt. Off of a skate. Lajoie wrapped up. Wranglers back on it, though, to the right point. Here is Brustevich. Trident Hunt, tip to the goal, and Coco heads up, makes the save. Lajoie and Ferk get into it and take another look at this opportunity for Coachella Valley.
Yeah, great. I like the fact Hedman tried to go between his pads, and Ignatiev does a great job of staying with him there.
Well, still some words going on between the two benches.
There's a lot of conversations going on between the benches tonight. There's a genuine dislike between these two teams.
Oh yeah, there's history, right? There's a natural rivalry when you play each other 8 times a year. That's a rivalry in itself. And then you go to a spirited 5 games in the opening year for these two teams. You go to 4 games in year 2. Rustevich down low, tipped just wide of the net. One of the longest games, too. One of the longest game in Firebirds history was back in year 1. 111 minutes and 22 seconds in that triple overtime game that was eventually won by Riker Evans.
Well, one of the teams keeps coming up on the wrong end of it, so they want to change that. Kuznetsov now down the left wing. That one rifled through the goal mouth with a minute to go here in overtime. Brustevich bounces it to the corner. Stromgren on it. Pressured by Fleury.
Puck scooped up behind the net by Olofsson. Into the skates of Newman. Brustevich gets it back. Morton at the high slot. Drags it across. A one-timer tipped and knocked to the corner. Martin Ferk centering feed. Brustevich shoots. Blocked by Olofsson. Firebirds trying to get it out. Couple of attempts failed there. Block shots, or block passes rather, by the Wranglers. 30 seconds to go in the period. Firebirds are just trying to get out of this unscathed. Fleury races to the far side. Hayden is without a twig. Hayden gets it through center. Newman directs it on in. Ignatieff out of his goal to get it with 10 seconds left here in the first overtime period. Simon Mack will get to the blue line as the horn sounds. Through 80 minutes of play, still no winner. 3-3 as we head to double overtime.
Yeah, and a very entertaining period. Both teams with some really good scoring chances, and unfortunately, neither team able to cash in, but a very entertaining period.
Firebirds had a power play in the beginning of OT, or towards the second half of overtime. Couldn't capitalize. Now 0 for 7 on the game on the man advantage.
Yeah, that's the tough part. You're 0 for 7. If the power play cashes in once, you've won yourself a hockey game. So that's so far, for me, is the difference in the hockey games. They've had the opportunities. They just haven't been able to cash in on that.
Shots on goal in overtime. Presented to you by Tullamore Irish Whiskey. 8 shots for the Firebirds in that overtime session. A total of 38. 7 for the Wranglers. A total of 35. Gino and Grant have your intermission. Don't you go anywhere. Double overtime. Grab a cup of coffee. Stay up with us. It'll be a fun time. We're back after this.
Welcome back, everybody. Hockey Night Coachella Valley, double overtime edition. Thanks for staying with us. Thanks for staying up late on a school night. Well, it's 10:30. It's not that bad. We've been here before. In fact, I'm having this weird deja vu from our very first season against this Calgary team when, by the way, it wasn't one until the third overtime, so you might want to get yourself comfortable. We could be here for a while. Gino Lamont alongside Hockey Hall of Famer Grant Fuhr. You certainly had to like the way the Firebirds played the first overtime compared to the way they played the third period.
Yeah, most definitely. I thought they did a good job of going back to initiating the play. I think third period they sat back. They let Calgary bring the game to them, but I thought they did a really good job that period of taking the game to Calgary, forcing Calgary to play some defense. Another power play, didn't quite cash in, but some good opportunities, unfortunately, just couldn't quite finish.
Well, and you talked about it many times, especially on the power play, because you're starting in the offensive zone, winning that faceoff is so important. And they were winning, I think we had 4 or 5 faceoffs during that one power play, and we won 4 of the 5.
Yeah, no, they've been great in the faceoff circle all night.
Yeah.
So if you keep winning faceoffs, you're going to get some scoring attempts off of that, and it's going to be a big part of this game because it's going to come from a defensive breakdown. That's usually where goals come from in overtime. So you win a faceoff, it causes the other team to have to play defense, and if they're playing defense,
they're not playing offense.
They're not playing offense, and they're more susceptible to making that breakdown.
Yeah, and also now you have to start thinking about tired legs. They've been playing with a short bench anyway. A couple of Firebirds haven't been on the ice really since midway through the second period. Some could be banged up a little bit, or they could just be going with the veterans out there right now. But they're going to start getting tired legs.
Oh, yeah. Actually, both teams have kind of shortened the benches a little bit.
Yeah.
You're seeing some tired mistakes. And you look at Poirier, he lost the puck in front of the net. Those are tired mistakes. So that happens when you get to a double overtime, a triple overtime. There are mistakes. And as the mistakes grow, the opportunities to score seem to climb.
Yeah.
So you got to remember, it's a hard game. It's hard to keep your concentration for longer than 60 minutes. So if guys get tired, they start to make mental mistakes.
All right, let's take you back to the beginning in case you're just joining us, which it's hard to imagine that you are. Maybe you're just getting home after having been here and decided it was too late for a school night. We started quick and fast with a great goal by John Hayden to get things started rolling.
Yeah, we got the game going in the right direction, and then put the foot on the gas and hard work. Fergus does a great job here of finding Brandon Byro. Byro does a great job going bar down with that one, and that was all off the forecheck. Second period, the same thing. They kept the foot on the gas pedal. You get pucks down to the net. Mitchell Stevens right there, Johnny on the spot after a couple of deflections in front of Ignatieff.
Yeah.
And then the third period, unfortunately for the Firebirds, kind of sat back and played not to lose instead of playing to win. And they allowed Calgary to battle their way back into this hockey game. Hence why we're still here.
That's right. And they were able to catch us right there with 7 seconds left.
Well, we kind of sat back and allowed Calgary to take the game to us.
Yeah, that was a 7-second goal there.
Yeah, that's the problem, is you allowed Calgary to take the game to us. And I really liked in the first overtime that we went back to how we played early in the hockey game, taking the game to them.
Yeah. There was a couple of big hits. We had some chances. Melanson had a terrific shot that he just happened to miss the net completely, but really some good grade A chances here.
Yeah, we're getting shots. Well, the difference between early in the game and late in the game is we had bodies in front of Ignatieff early in this hockey game. And third period, yeah, we got shots, but the bodies weren't in front of the net again. So the goalie's getting a chance to see that. If the goalie sees it, should be able to stop it.
This was the chance. Luke had him and just missed it on the outside.
Just missed on the rebound. Made a good play on the first one, trying to go 5-hole, but Ignatieff did a good job of staying with him. And again, breakdowns are going to happen in overtime, so your goalie's going to have to make some saves for you.
Well, he made some saves, and then a little puck luck would have been nice. Maybe just 2 inches to the right there. 0 for 7 on our power play. The penalty kill is 3 for 3, so that's certainly positive note. We've not given up any power play goals, as well as not scored any.
Yeah, but you don't want to be taking penalties now in overtime. You don't want to give the other team that advantage because your penalty killers have been playing regular shifts, so they're tired as well. And it doesn't take much to all of a sudden start running around and letting the other team be able to make the play they want to cash in.
All right, so the coach got him obviously playing more like they did the first 2 periods, and they played the third period in the first overtime. What is he saying to him right now? Just keep doing what you're doing?
Got to keep the foot on the gas. And you'll see both teams push in the first 10 minutes. And if nobody scores in the first 10 minutes, you'll start to see them settle back into not making mistakes. Because as they get tired, the mistakes happen. So now you just play a little more cautious game after about the first 10 minutes of the second overtime.
So
It's playoff hockey. It's the fun of it all.
Oh, it's killing me. I tell you, and if this wasn't so reminiscent of our first time playing Calgary in our very first season, where we went to 3 overtimes, and Evan has mentioned we've played them 3 times before in overtime, won all 3, but all 3 of the guys who were shot the game winners no longer with the.
Just going to need a new hero. That's all.
We need a new hero.
That's the beauty of overtime and the beauty of playoffs. You find yourself a new hero.
And I got to tell you, this game, the first game, is so important in a best of 3 that it cannot be understated. Whoever comes out of here with a W tonight, chances are pretty good that they're going to take this series.
It definitely gives you a huge advantage because now you've put the other team with their back against the wall. And if you're the Firebirds, you had that 3-0 lead. If you don't come out of this with a victory, it's really going to hurt. Right. So, should be fun.
All right, we will be back right after this break as Grant and Evan will take you to puck drops.
overtime. Anybody order a double?
Guess they're going to get a double overtime.
Oh, some people might need a double. Heading into our 80-plus minutes of game number 1. Evan Pimnick, Grant Fuhr, Gino Lamont, Tim O'Brien, thanks for sticking with us here tonight. I know it's been a long night, especially our friends on the East Coast. Don't know what to tell you.
Well, we're just giving them a little extra entertainment. So, for those that can't sleep on the East Coast, perfect for something to watch.
Well, nowhere yet. Teams switch sides. And the second overtime is underway here at Acrisure Arena. Firebirds and Wranglers are tied at 3. Rory Caron's game-tying goal came with 7 seconds left in regulation. Firebirds led 3-0 heading into the third. Here's Rory Cairns to the front of the goal. Knocked away. Puck comes free for Cale Fleury. He gets bumped down the lane by Furk. Kuznetsov's shot broke his stick. Got tipped by Cairns. That ends up wide. Now Dryden Hunt against the boards. High slot. Cairns and a save. Oh, Coco point blank on Rory Cairns.
Yeah, huge stop there by Nike Coco as Cairns was kind of left open in the slot point blank and one times this, and a really good job by Nike Coco to be in position to make that save and smother the rebound.
Kept it simple, calm, cool, and collected. Good to see out of the 21-year-old netminder in his first AHL playoff game. He's got his money's worth.
Yeah, I don't think he's done getting it yet. It's going to be a little while.
Joie up the boards. This deflects off the dashers in front of the benches. Knocked down by Byro. Will send it off of Furcus. Ends up in the zone as Morrison drives it toward the front of the net. A bouncing puck almost leaked through Ignatieff. Tullio sends it in for Calgary. Sam Morton in behind the net. Lajoie bumps Byro now. Morrison, a backhander through center. Off the stick of Poirier. He'll start back through the neutral zone for Stromgren. Stromgren sends it in. Morton, left corner. Ty Nelson trying to pry it free. Morton falls down against Lajoie. And now the Firebirds 3-on-3 through the neutral zone. Mitchell Stevens will chip it in. Stevens goes and gets it against Lucas Siona. Poirier falls down with Hedman on his tail. The left point it comes. Brouillard dish across. Otavainen sends it behind the goal. Melanson spills as him and Hanzik tangle. And pressure here from Melanson as Hanzik works his way through center. Melanson will get off the ice with Hedman and Stevens now. This one's wired in by Poirier. Off the end boards, collected by Ben Myers. Myers through center. John Hayden. Drop pass for Yanni Newman. Newman kept to the outside, looking for a backhander in front for Hayden. Poked away by Simon Mack. And the Wranglers get it out to center ice. Here's Cairns left side for Hunt. In over the Coachella Valley line, down the left wing. Fleury around the bend, looking for Hayden. Martin Furk gets it to the right point. Mack cut off behind the goal by Olofsson. He'll spin it loose for Ben Myers. Myers stepping away from Furk. Has some room now for Cale Fleury. Off the stick of Fleury. He'll jam it back to Myers. 2:45 gone in double OT. Royette lifts it in. All the way down the ice. The Wranglers look to clear it away. Morton gets a second effort at it. Through the neutral zone. Stromgren off the stick of Tullio. Coco out of his net to guide it. And he gets it on out to center ice. A heads-up play by the goaltender.
Yeah, really good play there by Coco to get that puck out to center ice. And
good hustle by Stromgren. Waves off the icing call. Up the wing it comes. Tullio shrugged away by Lajoie. Hedman. Near side corner of his own zone, looking for an exit. Near boards, David Goyette. Lights off a check. Hedman one-hands it around. Bruce Stevich gets it back for Calgary. Julio sends it in. Otavainen chasing it now. Billy Otavainen Some pressure from Kuznetsov. Otavainen pokes it to the opposite blue line. Byro here for Furcus. Furcus down low. Front of the cage. That one never made it through. Morrison, a good look at the top of the crease.
Yeah, good opportunity there for Morrison, but good job coming back there. Unfortunately, Hanzik got his stick in the way and ended up getting a stick in the face for the reward.
Wranglers have done such a good job of keeping the Firebirds to the outside in this overtime. Both the last one, or the first one and the second one so far.
Yeah, their backside pressure from their forwards has been fantastic on the back check.
Olofsson drops it down for Cale Fleury. 4.5 gone here in the second overtime. Fleury ladles it in behind the net. Slow enough. Johnny Newman hops on it. Ryan Hunt gets it up ice. Rory Cairns from the red line. He'll circle it on in. Martin Furk scurries around. But Fleury gets now to the right or left boards. Out to center ice. Back off the stick of Hayden. Nelson swats it. Gets it to the neutral zone. Tullio fires it right back in. Ty Nelson across now for Cale Fleury. Far wall off the stick of Stevens down the ice. Mack back on it. Couldn't be sealed against the far glass by Goyette. Nelson fires it back in. Firebirds have to touch up behind the blue line. Things slow down as the overtimes go further and further. Horton in the corner with Nelson. Missed that by Tullio, and now Jacob Melanson skates on in, right wing side, centering feed, no one home for the Firebirds. Here's a shot that gets deflected on the way through. Melanson tangles up with Brustevich. Jacob Melanson couldn't keep it in his team's possession. Sam Morton fires it on in. And Coco up ice. Springs Ben Myers. Myers inside the offensive zone. Up top, Otavainen, one-timer, save Ignatiev. Puck available in the slot. Comes to Myers, left circle. Turns and shoots. Ignatiev has it in the glove.
He had a couple of good opportunities there for the Firebirds. But Ignatiev is able to see that, makes a good stop on the first one, and then gets himself in good position for the rebound as well. But some great transition by the Firebirds to get a couple of good scoring opportunities.
Face off the right of Ignatiev. Officially one shot for each team here in this second overtime. 39 shots for Coachella Valley, 36 for Calgary. Defensive face-off won back by the Wranglers. Out to center ice, they're looking for Bishop. He was over the blue line before the puck got there. And now Otavainen up the right wing for John Hayden. Hayden trying to slide it through center ice for Ben Myers. Bishop disrupts that one. Far side wall for Aspero. Aspero near boards. Poirier off of Siona. Settled down by Morrison. Gustav Olofsson for Yanni Newman. They'll rip it on in, and Akjiev feeds it around the boards off of Dryden Hunt. Cleared to center ice. Poked at by Furk, who tries to step around Olofsson. Furk in the corner. Cairns now to the far side wall. Brustevich for Rory Cairns up top, through everybody and all the way back inside the Wranglers' defensive zone.
Yeah, if you're a defenseman in the second overtime, you really don't want to have to go back and chase that.
And the Wranglers up their forecheck as overtime has gone on.
Well, they're playing more like they did in the third period, where they're trying to pressure the Firebirds into making a mistake.
Mitchell Stevens skates in over the line. High slot, shoots to save Ignatiev as he punches it to the corner. Rushnikov gets it out. Stevens right back on it. Lajoie over the line for Jagger Furcus. Furcus, right wing. Here's Nelson with a shot, deflects off Rushnikov, the defenseman, and goes over top of the net. Luke Henman, high slot, shot wide as Brandon Byro set it up from in between the circles. This will flutter out of play with 12:16 left in double OT.
Yeah, a couple of good opportunities again for the Firebirds as they're getting pucks on net. And it's the shoot first mentality, and I like that because as the guys get more and more tired, you're going to get more opportunities to get shots on net, force the goalies to make a save.
Face off to the left of Ignatiev. Firebirds have hit the 40 shot on goal mark. You know, guys are tired. We have a Nathan Villeneuve sighting.
Hey, fresh legs. I've seen this before in games. We had Peter Klima win us a game in Boston in, fourth or fifth overtime, and he hadn't played in 3 periods. Actually had to tie his skates up to come out for overtime.
On a Vinen's shot gets blocked in front. Villeneuve, last shift he took was, I believe, midway through the second period. Him and McKinnon both. Luke Henman battles in the near side corner to the blue line for Anna Vinen. Feed across to Brouillard. Here's Villeneuve. Turns and fires. That's blocked down. Rustevich clears it away over the stick of Villeneuve. That one just had enough for icing. And hey, Anna Vinen tired after a really long game so far. It took him a little bit longer to get to the goal line.
Yeah, kind of take that little wide turn to go back to get that, and you just can't quite catch it. A very veteran move for a young guy.
That's right. That's a National Hockey League game under his belt. You learn a thing or two when you're up in the NHL. Face off to the right of Ignatiev. Firebirds get it off the face-off. Here is Gustav Olofsson. A rip through traffic by Newman at the center point. It's blocked. Newman gets it back. Comes down the wing. Newman in front. Save Ignatiev. And it almost bounced off of Newman and in after the save.
Yeah, good stop there by Ignatiev as Newman beat his man and had a clean look at it.
John Hayden back on side. Absorbs a check. Moves it back down to the corner. Myers trying to get his stick free. Newman pressed up against the boards by Siona. Siona wins the battle against the far glass. Hanzik drives it on in. Cale Fleury back to retrieve for Coachella Valley. Reverses it back now for Ty Nelson. Nelson off the stick of Goyette, down the ice. Ignatiev out of his goal, turns it over, and Furcus almost banked that in off the skate. Ignatiev got a little careless. Wranglers ice the puck with 10:38 to go.
Wow, now they've got a tired group. Poirier's trying to sneak onto the bench. But they've got an exhausted group out there now. This is where you can take advantage of winning a faceoff.
Orson, Furcus, Goyette, Brouillard, and Otavainen for Coachella Valley. 3-3, almost halfway through double overtime. Wranglers with a huge defensive zone faceoff win. Aspero out to center ice. Hanzik drives it in deep. Coco slows it down. In through center, off the stick of Cairns. They call it icing. I think they did. Looked like the Firebirds had a chance to play the puck, but Cairns had a stick lift, which prevented that. In usual circumstances, that
would normally be an icing, or
negate the icing.
Negate the icing, but sure the linesman get a little heat from the bench over that one.
Face off to the right of Coco. Firebirds win it back in their own zone. Otavainen to the left point. Gets past Kuznetsov. Here is Furcus for David Goyette. He'll send it in. Firebirds finish their change behind the play as the puck's ripped into the offensive zone. They're back in Calgary possession. Rustevich cut down the wing by Melanson, who tried to step up on Dryden Hunt. Off the boards, Stevens pressuring Dryden Hunt, as well as Brandon Byro. Rustevich for Rory Cairns. Bounces on back through center. Martin Furk, left corner, dump in. Cale Fleury. Neutral zone for Jacob Melanson. Melanson leads it north for Byro. Byro and Grushnikov race to the right wing corner. Simon Mack on it. Up the boards for Stromgren. Rolls back to Mack. Now it's Grushnikov. Myers absorbs a hit. Gets it for Ty Nelson. Nelson chips it in. Ignatiev covers. 9:15 to go in double OT. We'll catch our breath and return after this on Hockey Night, Coachella Valley. Well, the players have been taking shorter shifts, but shout out to the officials tonight. They don't get any plays off. We played 90 minutes of hockey.
Yeah, they've had their work cut out for them in this game, and I think they've done a very good job in this game as well. They've been very consistent, and you like to see that, especially in a playoff game.
They've eased it up a bit in overtime, too, which as is expected. But, again, it's been consistent on both sides.
Yeah, I like the fact that they're not going to be the difference. They're going to let the players sort this one out.
9 minutes to go in double OT. Firebirds and Wranglers are tied at 3 here in Game 1 of this best-of-3, Round 1. Winner of tonight's game has a chance to close things out on Saturday. The good thing it's a 4-day break between the two games, huh?
It is now. This was one of those where it was back-to-back. These two teams would be gassed.
Here is Siona down the left wing. Off of a stick, flutters to the corner. Nathan Villeneuve races on it for Coachella Valley. And the Firebirds get to center ice. Luke Henman in over the line. He'll dump it in behind the goal. Ignatiev turns it over. A chance in front. Villeneuve settles it down and wrists it just wide. What a story that would have been.
Great opportunity there for Villeneuve, and couldn't quite get a handle on it when he did. Just missed the net by a touch.
And Luke Henman right alone, almost taking advantage of another miscue for the Wranglers. Here's Coco. He'll slide it around the boards. Fleury gets a shoulder full of Clark Bishop. Bishop turns it to the front of the goal blindly. Now it's Poirier, who's greeted by Mitchell Stevens. Nice play by Stevens, but have to get it around now for Fleury. Fleury, home run pass, looking for Byro just underneath his glove as it hit a stick on the way through.
Yeah, got tipped in the neutral zone. Otherwise, Brandon Byro was in by himself.
Melanson tossed down in the corner. Hunt now for the Wranglers. Aspero to center. They're chipping in from the red line. And now Lajoie will wrestle aside with Aspero. Nelson up the boards. Finds Melanson, chugging his way into the offensive zone. Melanson kept to the outside. Brustevich turns him around. Melanson continues the effort against 5 in white for Calgary. Burke and Melanson continue to tangle up behind the play. Now Dryden Hunt chips it in. Nelson turns it around. Max Lajoie for John Hayden. He'll slow it at his own blue line. Hayden in through center ice. Yanni Newman picks it up, and the Firebirds are offside. Awfully close.
That one was very close.
.6:45 remaining on the clock here in double overtime. Firebirds have 43 shots. The Wranglers have 36. Each team with 3 goals. All 3 for Calgary came in the third. Firebirds had 2 in the first and 1 in the second. Face-off win for Coachella Valley at the center ice dot following the offside. This one ricochets off Hayden. Move back to center for Ty Tullio. Tullio has to gallop around Brouillard. And now Myers flips it left wing side for Nick Brouillard. Over the stick of Yanni Newman. Here's Grushnikov. Up the ice for William Stromgren. He'll find Tullio in stride over the Coachella Valley line. A shot is blocked. Brouillard pokes it out to center. Newman races left wing side with Stromgren. And the Wranglers fend him off.
Yeah, again, the shifts are getting shorter and shorter as we're getting to the tail end of the second overtime.
Furcus. Neutral zone, Olofsson. Trying to thwart up some checks there. Now here's Jagger Furcus. In over the Calgary line. He'll race to the near side boards. Chop it along behind the goal. Over the stick of Goyette. Picked up by Henman. Goyette gets it free. Fleury sets it up. Shot deflected, and Ignatiev to save. Henman on the rebound. Ignatiev gets that one too. Firebirds still in possession of the puck. Fleury cuts down the wing. Good play by him, and Bishop seals it out to center ice. Icing is the call as Siona couldn't get around Henman. And then Siona throws a check on Gustav Olofsson after the whistle. .5:23 to go here in double OT. Great chance for the Firebirds.
Yeah, a couple of really good opportunities for the Firebirds there, and Ignatiev comes up with a couple of big stops.
And Siona just finished his check there on Olofsson. Uncalled for in the situation, but
which is why you have no-touch icing.
Yeah.
It's supposed to eliminate stuff like that.
No touch. Cannot touch.
There's a reason it's called no touch.
Face off the left of Ignatiev. Stevens wins it back. Villeneuve for Lajoie. Cycles with Nelson. Shot through traffic. That got tipped and went wide. Villeneuve gets it back at the left point. His pass to Nelson just stays afloat. Nelson shoots into the skates of Aspero. Wranglers get to center ice. Aspero dumps it in from the red line. Coco, good job to whack that out of midair and slow it down. He has to locate the puck. It's under his pads, and now into the possession of Max Lajoie. Down to the final 5 minutes of the second overtime. Now the Firebirds have iced it. A little bit more of a rested line, if you will, for Coachella Valley, so not the worst.
Yeah, it's a fresh group that's out there right now, so
fresh.
As fresh as you can be in a double overtime game. But Calgary rolls their big line out, which you would expect to see every offensive faceoff. Now you're going to see Calgary's big line out there.
Nelson around the boards, glove down by Furcus, gets it out to center. Quick change for Coachella Valley as Byro applies the pressure on Hunter Brustevich. 4.5 to go on the clock here in double overtime. Hunt just kept it onside. Now the puck rolls behind the blue line. Martin Furk twists his way through the red. Rory Cairns. Opposite corner on the dump in, off of Olofsson. Gathered back by Yanni Newman. In through center. Here come the Firebirds. Newman left side wing. Myers in behind the goal. A centering feed ends up on net. And Ignatiev covers up in the blue paint.
And again, great job by Myers using his speed to create a little bit of havoc and throw that puck into the blue paint. You never know what kind of bounce you're going to get in there.
That's exactly right. Especially in a chippy kind of, it's going to be a gritty goal that ends this thing.
It's going to be one of those.
Yeah. 3:58 on the clock. Hayden, Newman, Myers, Otavainen, and Brouillard for Coachella Valley. One on back by the Wranglers. Calgary clears it out to center ice. Stromgren chips it on in. Otavainen up the boards. Myers handled by Hayden. Broke his stick. He'll go back to the bench. Furcus hops on for him. Falls past Mack. And pressure by Newman. Grushnikov is on it for the Wranglers inside of his own defensive zone. Otavainen picks it up for Coachella Valley. Brouillard now through center ice for Yanni Newman. They'll toss it in from the red line. Grushnikov up the left wing boards, chopped at by Hanzik. As Lajoie sends it back past the opposite blue. Tullio fires it in. Coco out to his right, makes the save. Nelson skies it out to center ice. Poirier gets turned around. Goyette pressuring him. And now Hedman gets the feet knocked out from under him. Nelson puts it through the uprights between the benches. 2:49 left on the clock. And a whistle.
And again, you're seeing a lot of tired legs as we get to the end of this second overtime, and pucks are being chipped around, and anybody that's got gas left in the tank, if they give that quick burst of speed, the defensemen are having trouble turning and getting back to defend.
Neutral zone face-off in front of the Firebirds bench. Coachella Valley gets it back in their own zone. Olofsson around the wing, kicked at by Villeneuve. Stevens fighting off the check of Martin Ferk. Ferk wins the stick check battle as Hunt tries to bring it over the line. Villeneuve disrupts. And now Cale Fleury starts in. Cale Fleury with a wrister and a save by Ignatiev off his blocker.
Yeah, I think he just kind of fought that one off a little bit. Fleury did a good job of using the defenseman as a screen.
Wranglers trying to get it out. Villeneuve kept it on momentarily. Good pressure by Melanson. He'll set up Fleury now. Stromgren picks up the puck in through center ice for the Wranglers. Stromgren tries to fling it on goal and blocked by Fleury in the process. Gustav Olofsson now for Coachella Valley. Out through center for Logan Morrison. Morrison twists his way in. Backhands it behind the goal. Edmund gets a stick on it. Rustevich battling. Edmund cuts it loose. Right point, Otavainen, quick across. Brouillard left circle, tipped towards the net. And Ignatiev got a piece of that one. Byro trying to keep it in the zone. He does by a step. Less than that, an inch. But it's cleared out to center by the Wranglers. Down to 1:30 left. Play until we get a goal. Icing is called against the Firebirds here.
Yet again, you're starting to see the tired legs. Those long pucks, guys are having trouble getting to them right now, and it's going to be one of those tired mistakes that ends this hockey game.
Well, in the postseason, you see a lot more mistakes that lead to goals. Guys take, obviously, less chances. They grip their sticks a little bit tighter in the playoffs because they don't want to be the one to make that mistake.
Yeah, and especially as you get tired. The longer this game goes, the more you don't want a mistake. But also the way you play the game changes a little bit.
Martin Ferk turns, tries to get it towards the net. Otavainen puts it the other way. This will not have enough juice to be icing. Firebirds can change some personnel with $1:10 to go. Cairns missed it. No icing though as Lajoie and Ferk converge against the far side glass. Ferk to the point. Poirier bouncing puck to the cage. Cairns had an opportunity but couldn't settle down the puck. Under a minute to go here in double overtime, and Aspero diving to try to keep it onside. It skips past him. This is off the boards for Rory Cairns. He'll cycle it on in. Coco will slow it down. He'll get it to his left for Gustav Olofsson. Up ice it comes for Yanni Newman. Newman starts in through center ice with 34 seconds to go. Newman's shot is blocked. Puck available in front. And now Newman, far side wing, saved by Ignatiev. And he hangs on. 26.6 left on the clock.
Yeah, and I love the fact they're just throwing pucks at the net. You're hoping for that bounce to hop on the ice. But the physicality hasn't stopped, which both teams have been very physical this hockey game, and it's been a very entertaining game. Almost a very entertaining 2 games in one.
Almost there. Mitchell Stevens on the face-off for Coachella Valley. To the right of Ignatiev after his save on Yanni Newman. Wranglers win it back in the defensive zone. Brustevich out. Stillier in for Bishop. One chipped out to the neutral zone, courtesy of Nick Brouillard. There's Netsov to the neutral zone. Stillier off the glass. 5 seconds to go. Brouillard against the glass. Brew some more coffee, will you? We're going to triple overtime here at Acrisure Arena in game 1 of round 1. Firebirds and Wranglers. No answer yet through 5 periods.
No, we had 5 periods of playoff hockey that's been very entertaining. And hey, if you're a fan in the building and you've stayed for this, you're getting to see a little of everything, and it's been a fun night. And we've still got a little of hockey left to go.
Well, the longest game in Firebirds history was 111 minutes and 22 seconds. That was a triple overtime game won by Riker Evans back in year 1 of the Firebirds. Who will be the hero tonight? Firebirds looking to take a 1-0 series lead. As we take a break, Gino and Grant have your intermission coming up after this on Hockey Night Coachella.
Welcome back, everyone. Hockey Night Coachella Valley, second overtime intermission, or if you're keeping track, our fourth intermission report of the night. Gino Lamont alongside Hockey Hall of Famer Grant Fuhr. Guys our age, not normally up this late at night, but here we are, and we've been here before. We were here almost exactly 3 years ago against this same team, headed into triple overtime.
Yeah, what did we get to? I think we got 111 minutes at that time, so we're heading in that direction again, but you know what? It's playoffs, and that's the fun part about this is it's playoff hockey. Overtime's always exciting. Maybe not if you take it too seriously, but at the same time, you got to love overtime hockey.
But we
got to love playoff hockey.
We got to do this on a Saturday night. Right now, I think there's more people broadcasting this hockey game than there's left at the arena themselves. People are just like, I got to work tomorrow. Anyway, so the Birds played another solid 20 minutes. Frankly, of the 5 periods, 4 of the 5, they played tremendously well and really probably deserved the win. It's that 1 20-minute third period that just killed us.
Yeah, unfortunately, 4 of the periods have been outstanding. And the 1 period, they played not to lose.
Yeah.
But they've carried the play in the 2 overtimes. And they've had some chances, but Ignatiev's made a couple of great stops on them. And unfortunately for the Firebirds, we're still here and we're still playing.
It's going to be one of those ones, you know it is. It's going to trickle past one of the keepers. It's not going to be a clean shot. It's not going to be a breakaway. It's going to be some little trickle, tip, tap off a knuckle.
Or as we say when you're playing, an ugly goal.
Well, it's going to be ugly.
So you literally just throw pucks at the net. You hope for a bounce. You hope for something. It'll be one of those goals that goes off somebody's backside into the net.
Yeah.
That's just the way overtime seemed to end.
And it'll be ugly if it's theirs and beautiful if it's ours. Anyways, so as we continue along here, let's take a look at how we got to where we are in case you're just joining us. So you've just come home from the arena or just come home from, I don't know, the late shift. Let's go all the way back to 5.5 hours ago when this whole thing began. John Hayden got us off to a quick start, and we looked good. We looked really sharp coming out of the gate.
Great pass by Yanni Newman, and John Hayden beats Ignatiev on the blocker side. And then here, this is just a hard work shift. Great job by Myers, and Perkins does a great job of getting it out to Brandon Byro, who buries it bar down.
Yeah.
And the Firebirds were off and flying to a great start. And then they picked up right where they left off in the third period, and here, a couple of deflections, and Mitchell Stevens in the right spot, going to the front of the net, gets rewarded. And then the not-so-fun part started and kind of sat back and played defense and allowed Calgary to carry the play in the third period. And Calgary did a good job of battling themselves back into this hockey game, but at the same time, the Firebirds kind of allowed them to battle their way back into this game as well.
Yeah.
So, yeah, but that's part of being a young team. You have to learn how to win. And part of learning how to win is realizing come playoff time, it's 60 hard minutes.
Yeah, and a 3-goal lead is not the kind of thing you can just rest on.
No, we've seen that in the NHL playoffs.
Yeah.
There's no lead safe in playoff time.
First overtime, tremendous chances, a lot of great ones, but like you mentioned, great saves.
A couple of great saves, but I love the hard work. The Firebirds put in a lot of hard work in that first overtime period, got some great opportunities, but Ignatiev had answers for him every time.
Yep, second overtime, same kind of thing.
Same thing.
Great chances, just
couldn't quite finish.
Not getting any of that puck luck, are we?
There's not a lot of puck luck, but I like the fact that we're winning the little battles and we're getting pucks down to the net. I think that's the key. You're getting pucks, you're forcing Ignatiev to make saves, and that's what you want to do, because eventually one of the goalies is going to make a mistake.
Yeah, and he had shortened the benches. Both coaches had. There's Villeneuve, who hadn't played in like a period and a half, had a tremendous chance there. Luke Henman, I think if there's going to be a hero for the Firebirds, I got a hunch it's going to be Luke Henman, because he has just been all over the place tonight, and he's been that close. He's been that close to a goal all night long.
He's been that close about 4 times tonight.
Yeah.
So putting in yeoman's work. He's been great all night.
All right, so everybody's 0 for 10 on the power plays. Nobody can score with a man advantage, and frankly, for the last 40 minutes, nobody can score, period. 49 shots on goal so far for the Firebirds, 37 for the Wranglers. They had 22 minutes of penalties, and we haven't scored on them.
Yeah, nope, the power play, if you're looking for a spot that you'd like to see improve, it's the power play. You got 7 opportunities. You'd like to think you could find a way to score 1 goal, but unfortunately for the Firebirds, they weren't able to, and
yeah,
you're stuck in overtime.
You mentioned something, you called them Hudson Bay rules?
Yeah, that's where the referees just kind of put the whistles in their back pockets and let the players decide the game.
Because there was a couple of incidents out there in that second overtime that something should have been called.
Well, it depends. It's playoffs. So you can let that stuff go, and You're going to let the players sort this out.
They're going to sort it out all right. Anyway, okay, so we're going to take another commercial break, and then you know what we're going to do? We're going to play more hockey. Because darn it, who doesn't want more hockey? You're watching Hockey Night Coach. Welcome back, everybody. Hockey Night Coachella Valley as we head into the third overtime period. Remember, Saturday it will be an elimination game for one of these teams. So scan the QR code on the screen. Get tickets for Saturday, Game 2, Round 1, best of 3. It will be an elimination game. We're hoping for the Wranglers. If we can pull one off here in this next stanza. I don't even know what to call these things anymore. All right, let's send it over to Grant and Evan as they take you to the third overtime. We've been here before, boys. It ended well last time.
Well, the Firebirds will still have a little time before they get into record territory. 111 minutes and 22 seconds. That's how long Game 3 of the 2023 series between the Firebirds and the Wranglers. That's how long Game 3 went before Riker Evans ended things.
Yeah,
the court at 60 saves.
Kind of got that feel to it.
That does, doesn't it?
It's been an entertaining game. It's had a little of everything. So,
how about in the second overtime, the Firebirds outshot the Wranglers 11-2.
Yeah, they kept taking the play to Calgary, and it's what they're going to have to continue to do, is keep taking the play to Calgary and just keep throwing pucks at the net.
10 combined power plays in the game. 7 belong to the Firebirds. 3 belong to the Wranglers. No goals on the man advantage tonight for either team. Rory Cairns tied the game with 7 seconds left in the third period. Eons ago. This one deflects inside the Firebirds bench, and we have a stoppage just 6 seconds in to the third overtime period. John Hayden scored 3:39 into the game. You want to talk about eons ago? Brandon Byro at 7:37. Mitchell Stevens at 14:05 of the second period. And then 3 goals in the third for the Calgary Wranglers to tie this one up. That's where we stand right now. Martin Ferk gains his way over the Coachella Valley line to the right wing side. It rolls on goal, and Coco takes no chances, and he'll smother the puck.
Yeah, and again, in overtime, you're not going to take any chances. If you can freeze the puck, you want to freeze the puck. But it's going to come down to somebody's going to make a mistake here, and the team will capitalize on it. It's usually not a pretty goal that ends long overtime games.
Riker Evans had a shot from the blue line that went through a pretty nasty screen in front. There's Cale Fleury up the ice for the Firebirds. John Hayden peeled off the puck by Dryden Hunt. Martin Ferk ladles it on goal, and a stop made by Mike Coco.
Yeah,
Fuego still
you're at that point right now that you're firing pucks from everywhere.
Johnny Newman dumps it in. Shout out to all the staff and crew working here tonight in Acrisure Arena, putting in some long hours. There's Morton with a wrist shot, gloved down by Coco, and he covers up. Also, shout out to our buddy Angel back at the 106.9 studios, helping out the radio side of things tonight.
He's putting in a long evening.
Oh, yeah. 54 seconds gone here in overtime. He's seen a couple of whistles already.
Production team for a broadcast putting in a full night.
Oh, yeah, everybody. Face-off went for the Firebirds in the defensive zone. Byro out to center ice. Jagger Furcus one-on-one battle. Furcus brings it in over the blue, twists it around the goal. Morrison awaits it. Now Byro gets to it for the Firebirds. Drops it back down to the corner. Morrison and Aspero battle for it. Stromgren, left wing side, Lajoie. Pushed around by Poirier, centering feed, and a good stick. Tullio broke up a chance for Jagger Furcus. Now Stromgren the other way. Twist a bit.
Leo made a huge play there to get his stick in there. Otherwise, Morrison's got a clean lane to the net.
Lajoie turns it around for Melanson. Puck gathered by Lucas Siona for the Wranglers. Off the boards for Mack. Cleared to the neutral zone. Henman saw some trouble in his way. Skates away from it. Dumps it down the ice. Ignatiev, the goaltender, out to play it. Mitchell Stevens on his backhand. Melanson looking for a lane in front. Goes to the left point now for Brouillard. On a vine and a wrister. Tip, they score! Mitchell Stevens! The Firebirds win in triple overtime! Turn the record over! We'll see you on the flip side! A 1-0 series lead for Coachella Valley!
What a great deflection by Mitchell Stevens, and a great job by Billy Ottavinen to get that puck down to the net. A great hockey game. The right result for the Firebirds with the work they put in. Yeah, they had a tough third period, but the overtime, they've carried the play through the whole overtime and finally get rewarded for it. And again, it's one of those goals. A guy in front of the net hits the stick, ends up in the back of the net. A great job for the Firebirds.
2 minutes into triple overtime. Mitchell Stevens is second of the game. And Coachella Valley with a chance to eliminate the Wranglers this Saturday. Get your rest. Get your tickets. What a game tonight at Acrisure Arena. Another one for the ages.
Yeah, that's an outstanding hockey game, and kudos to the fans that stayed to the bitter end of it. But again, it's a heartbreak for the Wranglers, and that's going to put some life into the Firebirds for Saturday night.
50th shot of the game for Coachella Valley. What a game tonight. Another playoff classic between the Firebirds and the Calgary Wranglers. What else is new?
Yeah, these two teams put on some phenomenal shows, and again, another phenomenal show and a great goal by Mitchell Stevens.
Firebirds win 4-3. Fuego's ready for bed. At least overtired, I think. I don't know when that bird's bedtime is. Coachella Valley, the victors tonight. 1-0 series lead in this best of 3. Otavainen and Brouillard on the assists. What a game here tonight.
A whole group that contributed for the Firebirds as well. I thought the defense was outstanding. I thought Luke Hedman should get honorable mention tonight. He was fantastic in this hockey game.
He was.
I thought Jagger Furcus was really good in this hockey game.
All right, downstairs we go. Jason Hernandez has our 3 stars in the game, brought to you by the City of Indian Wells.
City of Indian Wells, tonight's 3rd star from your Firebirds with the goal, number 15, John Hayden.
Veteran stepping up, scoring big goals for the Firebirds.
Yeah, that's your veteran leadership.
Tonight's 2nd star of the game from your Firebirds with 36 saves in his first postseason AHL victory, number 35,
He had some brilliant saves tonight.
Yeah, he made a couple of phenomenal stops. I'd look at thinking back to the stick save he made in the 3rd period there that may be a difference maker in this hockey game.
And the 1st star of the game from your Firebirds with 2 goals, including the game-winning goal in triple overtime, number 67, Mitchell Stevens.
Yeah, Mitchell Stevens was outstanding in this hockey game and got rewarded with a couple of great goals.
Firebirds win it. Mitchell Stevens, the hero. He's with Tim O'Brien.
All right, Firebirds fans, on the bench with your 1st star in the game-winning goal, Mitchell Stevens. Congratulations. What did we just witness?
Well, first of all, thanks for everyone for sticking around there. 6 periods. We all appreciate your support. Thank you. But other than that, that's just sticking with it. 6 periods and 50 shots on net. So kudos to the guys for battling there.
Congrats on the win. Rest up. We'll see you back here Saturday night. Firebirds fans, one more time. Your 1st star of the game, Mitchell Stevens. Evan.
Get some rest, everyone. We're right back at it on Saturday night as the Firebirds look to close out this series. The best of 3 comes down to Saturday. Coachella Valley and Calgary. $27 tickets, 6 p.m. start. It's going to be a great night at Acrisure Arena. Gino, your thoughts. How are you doing over there?
Well, I'm doing fine, but proving once again my wife doesn't know what I do for a living. She just called. She goes, "You okay?" I go, "Yeah." I go, "We just won in triple overtime." She goes, "Oh, you're still playing?" Yes, dear, we're still playing. Well, until a couple of minutes ago. Anyway, let's take a look at the Lexus amazing play of the game or some highlights or something. Let's wrap this up. I'd say we throw it back to regular programming on KPSE, but I don't even know if they're still on the air. Or
they're probably sleeping too.
Yeah, everybody's sleeping.
fans get to go home happy.
Yeah, what one's hung around. So, elimination game, as Evan's been mentioning, on Saturday. So, it could all end on Saturday. We're hoping that we do. You can get tickets to the game now. Come on out, support the guys this Saturday night. So if it goes triple overtime, you don't have to worry about going to work the next day. I'm hoping it's not, but anyway, we can get a win. We'll take it. All right, final thoughts. Really, 5 good periods of hockey?
Yeah, but gutsy effort by the Firebirds. I mean, to have that little bit of a tough third period, but to come back in the overtime, control the first 2 overtimes, not get any puck luck with it, but then to find a way in the third overtime, I thought it was a really gutsy effort by a great hockey team.
That's right. And they really did go back to what they'd done in the first 2 periods, finishing up with 50 shots on goal versus 39 over 5 periods in a couple of minutes. We didn't break the record, though.
No, I'm okay with that.
That's right.
The guys are probably okay with that now, too, because they at least get 3 days to try and get their legs back.
Yeah. I guess we didn't need Riker Evans after all, right? All right. That's going to do it for us tonight. We want to thank everybody, especially in the control